realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instinct, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, being and how to live. So let's create some space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Sorry about that. I had my mute on while I was getting ready, and I did not remove it. How is everyone? Everybody doing great today? Already been a great day for me. Been on was on stream over with Glenn, who Glenn actually should be in shortly. I went ahead and gave him the link so he can join me today, and hopefully Grump will Stillskin will actually be there as well. And yeah, we're gonna have a great day today, guys. It's been interesting. Got a lot to talk about. A lot's been going on over the weekend. It looks like I got rated. That's awesome. Welcome to all the people who are rating. And if you haven't been to my channel before, at least the Dayshift version of the channel, here we talk mostly about politics, some economic stuff, and just pretty much whatever I want. Yeah, don't interrupt the intro music, man. The intro music is killer. Gonna make the intro a little longer. I'm gonna be working on that shortly. Welcome to anyone who has not been here before. Hopefully you guys will enjoy this show. Do feel free to like and drop a sub. It will be great. We're gonna have a great show today. Like I said, we'll have some guests wander along. As we're getting ready today, if you're not familiar with my channel, on the Dayshift, I mostly talk about politics, finance, do a little political satire, just it's a daytime show. I don't get as much into the relationship dynamic as I would do in the evening show, which there will be a show this evening. It is Wednesday after all. Normally, I do a day shift on Monday and Thursdays, but I've been doing it on Wednesday as well, and it's kind of working out. So I like that. Yeah, hopefully Grumple will be on. Yeah, I'll put the Pikes Peak footage back in for you guys. That'll be great. Definitely, I will. We'll have more video. The video in the intro, if you got to see it, is special to me because that was the first race that I ran in World Challenge as a team owner, and that's from St. Petersburg, Florida, in World Challenge. It was the first race I ran, and we actually led that race before being crashed out. And actually, that crash is in the impact that took us out of the running didn't actually take us out of the race, but it took us out of the running is in that footage, along with Randy Popes, who was driving the S60R Volvo, which was I worked for that team prior to going out on my own, and as well as my good friend in the Mustang there that I'm not going to mention his name, but there's a good friend of mine in the Boss 302 Mustang there that he passed away from cancer at a very young age, very quickly. And it's, I really, that footage in my intro, in this intro stream means a lot to me. And I love it every time I see it. It's got a lot of the things that meant a lot to me in life. So, glad to share that with people. Even if you don't know what it means, I know what it means to me, and we're going to have fun today. So again, not as much in the way of relationship stuff this afternoon. We're going to talk a lot about this presidential race, along with some other things. I'm going to start off with something local to me, and that is here in the state of Tennessee. We are always starting problems. And if you're not aware of it, one of our state representatives has filed for impeachment against Kamala Harris. I forget the guy's name. It starts with an A. I want to say it's Andy something or the other. Let me see if I can figure that out. Give me 1 second while I work my Google Foo magic. I believe it's Andy Ogles, and Andy Ogles has filed for impeachment against Kamala Harris on the grounds that as vice president, she supported and allowed illegal immigration into the country. And so that's a big deal. And coming ahead of her being able to run, this is going to complicate things for her. So I'm not sure if you guys had heard about that, but Tennessee is we're a state that we're called the volunteer state, but we lead the way a lot, and we're very based here for the most part, except in Nashville, Knoxville, and Memphis. So, but yeah, so Kamala is at least. It's in the process of getting her impeached for yeah. So those articles of impeachment have been filed. I have it right here. Latest report. It expands on a previously induced articles that target Harris's record on immigration. And he added a second article in a new filing, which claims that Harris covered up President Biden's mental well-being, constituting a breach of public trust. So what makes this able to happen is Kamala has assumed, or she is looking to assume, the position to run, or the nomination, I guess, and she hasn't yet. And this may prevent her from being able to do so. When Biden stepped down, this calls into question his and basically said he's not capable of doing it. So this calls into question, how long have they known this? And this means that, Kamala was part of that. And you can't do that in the government. Unfortunately, that is just not the way it works. So you've got to, I don't know how you didn't see this coming. This is going to be a big deal. It's going to be an interesting election. And they're really hitting hard here. They're going to be using the death of Laken Riley, which you may or may not remember was a student that was killed by an illegal immigrant that had been deported and had come back into the country. And she was brutally murdered. So, and basically the claim is, I mean, there's lots of claims, but one of the portions of the claim is that had Harris not supported this policy of illegal immigration, that person could never have gotten in the country, or should never have gotten into the country, and definitely should not have remained in the country. And therefore, by default, Harris is guilty of supporting these illegal acts. And so I don't think it's a tough case to make with I don't think it's a tough case to make for the Republicans. I think the Republicans can do that pretty easily. While we're waiting on the others to join us, hopefully they're not having any issues coming in. And hopefully they'll reach out if they do. Let me, matter of fact, I want to message some guys, reach. They may have just gotten to water or something. I would have. I think Glenn's probably taking a nap. He's been on forever. So, but there's a lot of cases like the Laken Riley case that are going to be brought up to illustrate how this administration failed to protect American citizens, which is the job of the American government. It's right there in the Constitution. They are to secure our borders. And if the borders are not secure and things like this happen, ultimately the buck stops at the president. They can't get away from that. And this is just how it's going to go down. So, there's a lot of things there. Now, another thing that, Kamala is a target right now, and I don't understand. I understand why they're doing it. I have to wonder if they foresaw all of this, and this is all some maneuvering to get the candidate they actually want. Right. Mr. Mister is correct. They will block it. Let me just so I don't forget to readdress this. I've got one more thing I got something else I'm going to address, and then we'll get there with this. So here's the thing. Even assuming that they are able to block it, it doesn't matter, because the proceedings alone will be in the news, and that's going to call into question a lot of things that they did. Now, yeah, all the Kamala ads were pre-recorded. That's true. And they've been running on Facebook like 24/7. Like I've had so many people complain about the ads. It's crazy. Like, it's nuts. It's very impressive how many people are complaining about the ads. So the other thing about Harris that is interesting is even the on the right, okay, or pardon me, on the left, BLM has come out against Harris for being basically installed as a candidate instead of actually being voted in. I think that's very interesting, and I'm not really sure. I I'm not really sure how much of this stuff I believe is real, but certainly there's a lot of dissension in the ranks over on the left, right? Like there's a lot of things out there that you just kind of have to wonder about. So BLM against Kamala Harris. This is crazy. Like this is amazing. That I don't understand. I don't understand it. I think it's an interesting play on BLM's part, and I don't understand how Kamala is going to respond to this, because she has not, as far as I know, not responded. There's been no press release. There's been nothing. It's just a press release by the leaders of BLM condemning Kamala Harris for assuming the not really assuming the candidacy, basically stepping in with and not being being anointed rather than and appointed rather than earning the position. That's basically what they're saying. Now, I got to burn through a couple of these really quick because you guys are making some great points. Mr. Successful impeachment is needed to run through the Senate and House. They tried it with Mayorkas, and the Democrat-owned Senate blocked it. Yes, that's absolutely true. Unfortunately, right now, it doesn't matter if we get neither of the impeachments in front of the the committees right now. Neither of the impeachments are going to win. We have to understand that there's no way to get enough Dem votes to get it through. It's just not going to happen. So it's just, that's it, it's just not going to happen. You guys made some other good points. Ranger, you're cool, dude. Ranger and Rogue, that is totally cool. Guys, by the way, towards the end of the show, the last hour, I will do call-ins for people who are not normally guests, so that you can call in. You don't need to have a camera. You can just do microphone, although I will need to vet you, or I'll have one of the mods vet you. And basically, I'll give you 3 or 4 minutes to make a point or to argue a point with me, and we'll do it that way. But I do want to do call-ins towards the end of the show. If you hear something I say that you just really, really disagree with, write it down, and I'll be glad to address it. So there's no way to get through the there's no way to get either of the impeachments through the Senate. And I just don't think that's gonna happen. Kamala versus Trump, Royal Rumble 20. Yeah, pay to play. Yeah, perfect. That's awesome. Stand by 1 second. Here we go. All right. Nick, I have a feeling they're going to flip the script on Trump and start claiming he is trying to. I don't think that's true. They tried that with Hillary. That's an impossible thing for them to claim. It will definitely not. It didn't work with Hillary. It's not going to work with Kamala. Kamala, I don't think, is going to end up running. And here's why. She has so much baggage. They're already going after her. I mean, look, the leftists are going after her for being a dried up, shriveled old woman with no kids. The leftist, okay? This is literally her own party are going after her. And by leftist, and I shouldn't say leftist, I mean, I'm talking about Democrats, just middle of the road Democrats who would normally vote for her. They're literally throwing her under the bus or asking questions that Republicans normally would ask, like, why did she never have kids? Why is her marriage a marriage of convenience? And it's going to come out if she continues forward. It's going to come out how her husband, and I just don't think that she wants his scrutiny. It's going to come out that her husband's company was propped up almost 100% by her giving him access to contracts, state and city, state, and federal contracts over other more qualified construction companies. And this is going to be very interesting if they push Kamala forward. I just don't believe that they're doing it. I think this is all a dog and pony show to make us focus on Kamala, and they're going to come something earlier. Yeah. So, Chief Wahoo, let me address this, because this is actually something that. So she is actually but she faced this down in the presidential election, and it's actually that in India or Barbados, wherever she's not actually a black woman. She is a woman of color, obviously, but she's actually, I forget what, I think she's like she's Bahamian, or anyway. So but her family did own slaves on some kind of plantation. That's true. Where it was legal to do so, and blah, 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 and all this stuff. That's very true. Yeah. So Anson, pardon me. Anson, I get that. I get why you would believe that. However, here's the thing. I disagree with you. They may not care very much about corruption, but I don't think she's going to end up being the nominee. She's still got to go to the DNC. And I think all of this stuff that's coming out is everybody unloading all of their bullets, getting all the bad press out, so that whoever they stick in at the DNC is going to be the guy. He's going to step in and be the pures driven snow. Nothing can touch him, because Kamala had all of the bad press. And I think she's taking all of the shots right now. Right. And she's the fluffer. Okay. Let's put it in terms that she can understand. She's the fluffer, and the actual candidate is going to come out of this pure as a driven snow. So I don't believe that you can say that. So yeah, the VP. Yeah. Okay. Where's yeah. Yeah. No, they're not going to run. They're not going to run Mike Obama. I don't think he wants to be involved in politics. I don't believe that he wants to be that under the scrutiny again. And I just don't. I feel like that what we're going to see is I don't think they're going to run Mike Obama. They may tease that a little bit, but I don't believe they're going to run Mike Obama at all. I can't see that. It is. I see. The problem is I don't think the Democrats want to. There's two plays here that I see. First, I don't think the Dems want to burn what they consider a top shelf candidate in this election, because I think that they can't win. I think that on their side, they feel like that they cannot win. And Trump has too much momentum. The assassination attempt and all the fallout from that, and the way that they've looked coming out of it, I think that the people in the make the decisions in the DNC have come to terms with they're probably not going to be able to make anything happen. So what they're doing is they're offering up sacrificial lambs. Now, here's the thing. Pete Booty Juice is a possibility. Okay. He's not a good possibility, but he's a possibility. Hi, Dave. I'm not Dave. Welcome, Dave. All right. I really don't feel like that's. I don't feel like Pete can. I don't think he has the network to get it done. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing about that, though. If they run him, so that's actually, I really like that. I really like that you brought up Pete Booty Juice, because Booty Juice is actually, he could take the fall, right? And the Democrats for the next 4 years will say nothing about how the right was so bigoted, or pardon me, that the independents were so bigoted that they couldn't allow a faggot, a gay guy to be on there. They just couldn't allow it. Are We Not Men? We're not doing an open panel. I'll do call-ins in like the last hour to 45 minutes, something like that. I'm not the only two people that I've invited are Glenn and Grumple. I would really like Grumple to get back in here. But so I think Petey he might be the one to take the bullet, so to speak, right? Like if they put him in, if they put Petey in, they can point for the next 4 years that the centrist just couldn't stand the idea of a homosexual president. Okay. Now that's gonna, they're going to go after the middle guy, the middle of the road people who are like, well, it's not that big a deal, whatever. No, Jordan, if he loses, oh wait, maybe I've missed something here. I'm going to say, so here's the thing. If Pete loses, the Democrats are going to down that for the next 4 years, pointing at every centrist saying it's your fault. It's your fault because you wouldn't put a homosexual in office. That's what they're going to do. And that would actually be the smart play for them. I don't think Booty Juice has the juice. I don't think he has the juice to get the election done. And I don't think the Democrats have enough independence to pull away from Trump, right? Currently, I don't feel like that there's a candidate that they can put up that I don't feel like there's a candidate that they can put up that will win by itself. Now, they would have to literally just basically destroy themselves to make it happen, and I just don't see it happening. So it's it's an interesting thing. I just don't. I just can't get there from here. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I just can't. I want to get. It's one of those things where, if they had a really strong candidate, all right. So they were counting on Newsom. Here's the thing. I think they were counting on Newsom, but Newsom's numbers have been abysmal, and California, in his home state, he is literally about to be arrested. Pardon me, he's not about to be arrested. He stands a very real chance of being arrested and put under house arrest for his misconduct during the train to nowhere, the super train to nowhere, the supersonic bullet train that they spent like $100 billion on, and it's a huge fucking deal right now. And it's a huge fucking deal in California right now because they do not have enough tax base. They cannot pay their bills as a state right now. They're operating at something like a $7 trillion deficit. Let me say that again. I think it's a $7 trillion deficit for a state. A state. I could be wrong about that. Somebody fact check me on that. Somebody out there has got Google. Find out how much that California is operating on. It doesn't matter. They're operating at a deficit. In the meantime, they have literally spent, I think, $100 billion on this train to nowhere that's not finished. That's literally crazy. Like, it's a crazy project. He's already been in court once about it, and they're going to take him back to court at some point. He's still literally up for recall. They may recall him in California. So so his poll numbers are just abysmal, like terrible. So this is and this is the interesting thing. So I think that I think you guys are really going fast in chat. So if I miss what you're saying and you think it's important, write it down or keep track of it, and we'll go over it in the last hour. I promise. I promise I will. So I think they were counting on Newsom. Newsom's numbers are abysmal. Kamala can't win. Booty Juice, they discarded him 2 years ago. Like, he just wasn't even in the book. Now they may bring him back as to take a bullet, so to speak, and take one for the team and take that L, because he's really got no political career left, right? Like, Booty Juice is done, right? So I really feel like that what you're going to see is they're just going, California hates Newsom, and everybody hates him, to be honest with you, and I don't blame them. He's a bad. I was out there when he was elected, when he took over for Moonbeam, and he was bad then. He's worse now. So I just don't think that I don't see any way that Newsom can be anywhere near the front. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not going to happen. He just can't do it. So and again, I think Booty Juice. My camera's going weird again. I think Booty Juice is just not going to. Is probably just not going to be he's just not a contender, but he could be the sacrificial lamb, right? Can
you hear me loud and clear?
I got you, man. I got you. I can hear you. You're a little muffled, but that I have your volume down here. I got your volume down. Hang on. Let's try that.
Am I muffled still?
No, you're good.
Okay.
So I have volume on this one. I don't know if you've played around with the Talk Studio, but I actually have a mic volume. If you're too loud, I can lower your volume.
You could do that on StreamYard too, right?
Yeah, but it's not as easy. And when you come in, I have mine set so when you come in, your volume's at mid-level, so you don't blow me out. So
blow you out.
Don't blow out that.
What are we talking about, Grid? What are we talking? You're talking about something cool.
We're doing politics, man. So I don't know if you heard, but Scamala is under impeachment right now from Andy Ogles in Tennessee. So Tennessee leads the way once again. We have Kamala being impeached by Andy Ogles in Tennessee on 2 counts. They're 2 different charges, both relating to her policies on immigration. We also have Scamala is drawn the ire of BLM. BLM has come out and said that she's just horrible person and should not be the candidate because she's basically being anointed or appointed rather than chosen through election. I think that's interesting that BLM is currently the leaders of BLM are currently against Scamala. That might have something to do with the fact that they're that in the state of California they've been sued a bunch and stuff like that. Plus, if Scamala gets into office, BLM can act up the way that they would like to. So,
what's
anyway.
interesting about her and everything is that
morning, Grumpleskin.
It's like she's not appointed though, because they still have the convention.
Right. Well, we were just talking about that. We were talking about how she still has to go through the convention, and even so, and this is what I was just talking about. I'll bring you up to speed. So she's basically being appointed by the media as the candidate, right? And everybody, honestly, half the chat thought she was definitely going to be the candidate. She is the chosen one. And in some ways, she kind of has to be the chosen one because she legally is the only one that can inherit Biden's war chest of all those millions of dollars that the donors have given.
$250 million.
What is it?
It's $250 million, and you're spot on right now. I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah. Is it $250 million? I thought it was just like 150 million or something like that.
No, it's at least 250 million. It's $250 million.
Right. So we're working towards $500 million. Right.
Fund. Yeah. No, you have it all spot on, dude. I'm let you.
Yeah. So she has to be the anointed one because she's the only one that can inherit all that money.
Correct.
If she is not chosen at the DNC, all of that money has to be returned to the donors. There's an interesting sidebar here that if they return that money to the donors, that means they have to reveal who they are, and that could get really interesting.
Sketchy and scary.
That could get really. Nobody wants that to happen. I'm just telling you right now.
Some of the Democrat, like really deep people or really deep apologists, I guess we'll say that there are some strategies, if I can use that as a word, because now it is in the common vernacular, because whatever. There are some strategies where that money can then, instead of being returned, if not Kamala it can go to a super PAC or some type of PAC and then used from there. I don't think that's valid.
I don't think that's valid either, because
I've not heard a way that it actually works from these people. They just are convinced that it can.
Well, look,
the main one that I've heard it from is kind of unhinged, so I don't put a lot of credence.
So here's I'll give my take here in a second, but so she's the only one that can get that money. So she's now headed to the DNC. Now she's universally hated at this moment. I have to make you understand that she is universally on both sides of the aisle hated. She has a 60% disapproval rating in her own party. Do you understand that nobody's ever achieved that? No VP. Is inconceivable, right? Like,
she is girl bossing all over the records. People don't understand. This is record-setting behavior.
It is record-setting. It's the wrong records
all over. Like, no, people don't like. She's girl boss. Like, this is what we want from leaders, right? Girl boss.
Yeah.
Records.
Oh yeah, she's breaking all the wrong records. She has a 60% voter disapproval rating in her own party. BLM has come out and said they don't want anything to do with her. Everybody, she's now under impeachment from the Republicans, which I won't go anywhere because we don't control the Senate. But whatever, it's on record, right? And it gets a bunch of facts out there to energize, keep the middle of the aisle energized. So they head into the DNC. Let's say that there is a way. I'm just going to, for argument, let's just say there is a way that somehow Scamala can inherit the money and then hand it off to somebody, right? Like she can get the money, she can hand it off. So who's she going to do that to? So Booty Juice has already been proposed, right?
By Booty Juice, you mean Booty Judge?
Booty Judge. Well, I call him Booty Juice because he takes the juice in the booty.
Oh,
so
before Grid, just quick. I'm in your house. Am I cool to? Yeah, I'm still alive. Is that cool with you?
Absolutely, man. It's cool. I appreciate you asking though, because a lot of people just come in and. The only thing I ask is that make sure that I'm mentioned in the title. I have and we can talk offline about it, but I have an interesting deal going on right now with somebody that doesn't do that, and they're not allowed on my stream right now.
I will. I use Restream for it. Hang on, I'm going to update title talking because I was on like a video game.
Sure. It's all good.
I'm going to update it. Talking with Grid One, the legend. Yeah. About politics.
I'm not a legend, bro. I'm just a dude.
In your own mind, maybe. I don't know, dude.
In my wife's mind, maybe.
I would love to be a legend in my wife's mind. The only legend I have is the friggin' 3 boys I made her push out.
I got 2 boys.
I already won the game. I have 3
I
boys.
tell you what, though, I may not be a legend, but I did have my second son at 50. So that's got to count.
Oh,
that's got to count for something.
I'm on my way. My last one.
Oh yeah, I'm old, dude. I'm old.
42, I think, when my youngest one was, the short one was born. Title. Let's talk. Hang on. So what you or your chat names my title. I'm on 4 platforms: Twitch, Kick,
wow.
YouTube, and Trovo. Yeah, Trovo. Go figure. Like what? It's for the chat bots. It's glorious. What is the title gonna be? Yeah, it's coming in
today. It's a day shift. You're on the day shift.
Okay, so day shift.
Yep.
Day shift, capitalizing both letters. Day shift, talking politics with Grid One Motorsports.
Yeah, that's good. Cool, man. I appreciate it. I just like to be mentioned. You could have just said, "Hey, talking politics with Grid One." I'd have been cool, but I appreciate you doing that. I have another streamer that was on, and they've captioned a lot of my and clipped a lot of my shit and made it look like it's their show and I'm a guest on their house. So, yeah, right.
I'm in your house. That would be rude.
It is very rude, right?
That's stupid. Who's that? That's people do
it's
things on
facing,
the
bro.
internet, and like you wouldn't do this in real life if you were face to face. That'd be silly. You should treat people like you would if you were in real life.
Absolutely.
Top pod show and podcast and talk show. Yeah, I guess there we go. Update all. There we go. Awesome, look at that. Bots doing things. The day shift talking. Okay, Kick is a little bit slow behind the times, but so we got
I'm not YouTube, on Kick, so that's awesome.
Trovo, Twitch are all updated. I think Twitch needs to be updated to politics specifically, but everything else is friggin' we're solid. I didn't mean to derail you, dude.
No, it's all right. It's all right. So that so again, I think that I think they're gonna. So I think a good play by the Dems would be to put Booty Juice in and let him take one for the team, lose, and then for the next 4 years, the Dems get to dine out on that the centrist would not help the Dems win against Trump by voting for a homosexual. I think that's their best play.
You're totally on the right track. If I may be so bold as to jump in on this one, you're totally on the right track. What I've heard from some of the more deeper, like Democrat type of political strategists, if I may also use that word again, even though it's not really a word, is that they are already and donors, especially the people who say that, hey, yeah, get anybody in there and get the donors back on board. From what I've heard, that's not quite the case, and that whoever is either the nominee losing that $250 billion of war chest of campaign funds for the next 100 days. I mean, it's 100 days. Like, what are they going to do? Either that or be going secondary on the ticket. Anybody who's added to it is now sacrificial, that both for this election and that person's entire political career. They're not going to put Newsom up for this. He's the golden child next in line of possibly, from what I understand, even though he's obviously going to dude, have you seen, has anybody seen California Stan?
Yeah. We were just talking about that. We were just talking about that's why Newsom was their golden boy.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear what y'all were getting into before we joined.
So,
my bad.
So Newsom was their golden boy, but he's already been in court once. He's already been in court once, and he barely escaped jail. He's still subject to recall. They already attempted to recall him once, and
there's already been at least one recall election. Yeah,
he's still subject to another one. And the whole state right now, and nobody fact checked me on it. I think there's $7 trillion deficit for a state. That's their annual budget right now. And so there's no money left in the state. They keep saying they're the world's biggest, or they're the world's or the nation's leading economy and all that, the third largest economy in the world or some bullshit.
If you don't know math.
Right.
That's correct.
Yeah. So they say that shit all the time.
Numbers except the positive cash flow, then that's correct. 100%.
Right. Like Tennessee operates at a surplus. New York, which is, I won this argument the other day against somebody who said that I said California and New York suck balls, and that Tennessee is a much better state to live in. And they said, it can't be. And I'm like, well, just check. And they looked at GDP and they looked at everything else. I'm like, Tennessee operates at a surplus. We refused to take federal education funds this year because they came with strings attached that we didn't want attached. So our governor said, fuck it, we don't want your damn money. But New York operates at, I want to say, 4.3 billion as a deficit. California is 7.3 billion or trillion, whatever it is. I don't know. It's an illion, right? And huge. And when you're operating at a deficit, you can't claim that you're a great state. The problem is that there's no more tax, that California can't get any more tax revenue than what they're getting. And so all of their programs are starting to shrivel up and die. And so all of their normal voters are starting to recognize this. And Newsom's in trouble because he could be, especially because of this, however many, I think it's $100 billion train to nowhere that they built out in the desert. And he's, I think the Dems thought that he was going to poll better, but because he didn't, he's now like third rate. They're putting Scamala in. There's a real possibility that at the DNC, she will get kicked, and then honestly, Buttigieg is a real possibility because it would be a good tactic for them to spend the next 4 years dining out on that the independents and moderates did not vote for a homosexual. That would be good. That would be a good move.
The whole country is so racist and trans and gay phobic, and it's just so much white supremacy that we have to motivate to curtail this.
All you black people that vote for Trump are wrong. You're all wrong.
And Western civility.
Yes, absolutely. And so this is where we're at right now. This is the thing. The thing is that the pre-assassination attempt, I think the Dems thought they had it in the bag. I think that they knew it was going to be close, but they felt like they had it in the bag. But after the assassination attempt, anyone that wasn't voting for Trump immediately was voting for Trump. Like anybody riding the fence, anybody was like, yeah, I kind of like him, but maybe not. Immediately, bam.
The best possible thing on that exact line is the actual. So I'm Hispanic. I'm a minority. I can say things about other minorities, and nobody can say shit about it. So
I'm a white guy. I still say it.
I just have a pass, or like
I don't have a pass
anyway. So the black comedians now that are like, oh, this guy got felonies. This guy got ops. This guy got shot. Is this my uncle? Like, that's actually paraphrasing a legit black comedian. Is this my uncle? And no, I wasn't even going to vote before, but now I'm voting Trump. That's I
know people that had
board for a lot of people.
Well, I personally know people that had never voted before that are now saying, you know what, I'm going to vote for Trump. I hated him. I thought he was bad, but everything I've seen out of him, that dude's getting a raw deal, and I'm going to vote for him. Right. The worst thing that they did was try and go after him in court and make up laws to do it. If you were going to, if you're going to go, go ahead.
It was a farce. I didn't, you were cooking. I didn't mean to interrupt you. It was just,
you're good, man.
Hold back. So in New Yorkistan, right? People's Soviet Communist Socialist Democratic Republic of New York, whatever. I can't cross the borders in there because I might accidentally felony. Same with California. Same with New Jersey. I just don't know.
I'm a walking felony in both places.
So yeah, seriously. So there's state statutes where, and this is apparently, I'm not exactly sure. This is what I've heard is how they made how they made the math work on this is so the so these are federal charges, right? That the 34 felonies were plausibly how they got brought initially was that they were felony charges, but for things in the state where the statute of limitations, if you're not inside New York state borders, apparently, and I'm not sure when this happened, the statute of limitations pauses. So if you leave New York State, I'm sorry, some alert just happened. I don't even know what it is. If you leave New York State, the statute of limitations is on pause, even if it's like 7 years and you're gone for 50, and you still got 6 left on the statute of limitations just because you weren't physically within their borders. And I think that's the crux of how they got those things to even be heard in court, because anybody who isn't a biased partisan hack looking at these things, like, what are you talking about? Why is this in front of me? Why are you wasting taxpayers' time and money?
So what the Democrats did, and it was stupid. It really was stupid, but they had to do it. And because what they thought they needed to do, which is totally backfired on them, but what they thought they needed to do was to get a conviction, because Democrats don't care that it's going to get overturned on appeal. They don't care that they're going to lose. All they care about is getting that headline so that they can say Trump's a felon. Trump lost it. Trump hates this or whatever. They only care about the headline. They don't care about the retraction. They don't care about anything else. They just don't care about it. All they want is the headline.
Headline on front page, retraction on page 7, and now they got Kamala, la 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 la. I'm a federal prosecutor and he's a felon.
Right.
That's just headlines. Like,
yes. And so what they did is, and it's all backfiring on them in big ways that I don't think that they foresaw. Well, first of all, they literally had to reinstate a law to make it a felony, and then they had to change the law again to make it a federal felony in the state of New York so that they could even try the case. That was so contrived that every prosecutor that's looked at it has said, I have no idea how they went forward with this.
Everybody even involved with it should be disbarred.
Right. And that's
all 50 states.
That is very likely to happen. I think that it was, honestly, I think it was a career killer for most of especially for the judge. The biggest criticism in New York that I've heard has, other than the prosecutor making up laws, literally making them up. He wrote his own laws. So that's bad. The other really large criticism is that the judge gave the jury directions about the verdict, which never happens in criminal law cases. It never happens. It's literally against the procedure. It's I don't know if it's exactly against the law. I don't know what, look, I'm not up on all of New York's laws, but in most places that's enough to get a judge disbarred. And so you can't, they did that, right? Like they blatantly did it. There's so much proof, and it's not like they can hide it and say, well, what we really meant was, there's stacks and stacks and stacks of data. There's so much video. There's a video of the judge breaking his oath as a judge. It's going to be so bad. And they know that. They knew that going in. They needed that. They needed the prosecutor. That prosecutor will get disbarred, but he'll be head of a DNC committee on something, right? Like, I'm telling you, this is how this operates. But they had to get that headline. They had to get the headline down in Georgia with Fani Willis, right? Now that woman's career is fucking over, right? Like, just fucking done. Stick a fork in that bitch. She'll be lucky to avoid jail. But they got the headline, bro. And that's all they really wanted. And it's all they really care about.
That's all they wanted. They wanted to get him on something to use that as a pivot to no, you can't run for president, even though that's not the thing.
Right.
And then, oh no, because they were talking about and I'm not caping for Trump at all. I'm going to vote for Trump. He did some shit that's a little wild to me, and like that doesn't sound cool, dude. But
I'll let men be men.
Things is economy and let legal work itself out, and other countries are not fucking around when you got some. Seriously, he's literally, hey, let me go and just talk to this other leader. Guys, my rough men willing to do rough things with guns, come with me and let's just have a conversation. When you have somebody that's willing to talk to you face to face, you have more respect for that person. Who's Biden talking to face to face with the threat of force behind him? Like, yep.
Right.
Just, hey, we're going to talk right now man to man, but also I have the best military force in the entire world ready to do what I do at like the drop of a hat for 72 hours. At least I'm not sure how the entire rest of the military works. At least the Marine Corps, at the president's direction, 72 hours without correct congressional approval. That's why the Marine Corps can be anywhere well within 72 hours, anywhere in the world, and do a lot of, what do you do with the Marine Corps?
You break shit.
You kill people, break things, or make something pregnant. That's what you do.
That's true. That's true. We can't. That's a real thing. K. Hopper, the Missouri AG has brought a lawsuit against New York, and New York has till the end of today to respond. Then it will go to SCOTUS, and SCOTUS has to adjudicate it, even though they are out of session. I'm not up on that, but that sounds plausible.
I'm offering it to you also if you would like me to do a dramatic reading of your super chats.
Right. I forgot about the dramatic reading.
No,
well, that's not a super chat. Chat moves too fast. By the way, let me take this opportunity.
Pull it up and I will do a dramatic reading of it if you would like that. If not, no biggie.
Sure. Perfect. I will if you weren't in earlier, if you were just now joining us, or maybe you just weren't paying attention, let me remind everyone that I am actually not paying much attention to chat. If something catches my eye, I will put it up. Otherwise, or I will mention it. Otherwise, if you have something important to say, or you just want to comment, participate, feel free to send a super chat and support the show. Super chats over $20 will trigger the TTS immediately. You won't have to wait for me to see it and read it. All of them will be displayed immediately, but I may not read it until later. Second, if you just want to interact with us and ask questions, or you have an issue that you want to address to me personally, or Grumpleskin, who's new. I'm actually Grumplestillskin. Thank you. I keep butchering that. You are welcome. At the end of the show, the last hour, I will do a call-in session. You won't need to be cammed up. However, you will need to be vetted, either be vetted by a mod, or you'll have to show me that you're a real human on the by putting your camera on backstage, so that I'm not dealing with a group of degenerates from Destiny forum, which I haven't even gotten into Destiny yet. I promise I will get to Destiny, but right now
doesn't it prefer to watch than getting things into him?
Sorry?
Doesn't he prefer to watch than getting things into him?
I think he's probably watching now, yes. But
either way, so Grid right now, this is a limited time opportunity. Grid now has GTS also, which is an option. And if you tickle Grid's fancy, he might pull something up on the screen, and then you get Grumple to speech, which is text to speech with a little bit of savoir-faire.
Savoir-faire. All right, cool.
Savoir-faire is everywhere.
That's awesome. But yeah, so it's an interesting thing with the current election cycle. I think the Dems are going to put up a candidate that gets them the most mileage over the next 4 years. And I don't think that, I feel like that I just don't think that they feel like they can steal the election. I think that without a national emergency like COVID or threat of nuclear attack or something, they can't they can't do the not in person voting like they did last time. And with the sheer number of poll watchers and people who are going to have a vested interest in making sure this election is fair, I think that plays into our hands. And here's something that's interesting about that. I think there are going to be as many Democrat poll watchers this time than there will be Republicans, because the actual Democrats who are truthful people that believe in things and are not shills, are not,
the people on the ground that are very honest. Yeah.
The honest people, they don't want these claims of a stolen election. They don't want any of this stuff. And so they will honestly be looking at it. Mr. The illegals cannot vote. They tried to get that passed last week. There's no time to get it passed in time. And as near as I can tell, it's tabled until next session, which will be after the election. So
just a quick question. Are you talking about in California, Stan?
No, he's talking about the illegal. And actually, we're going to get into that in just a minute after I get done with the election stuff.
Registered. So my term.
He's talking about the 8 million that have come up through the central and are in like Ohio, New York, Pennsylvania, Chicago.
So in certain states, what I prefer, the term I prefer to use now is not illegal aliens, because that gets people, all their panties get all wedged up. And if it's not a thong, I mean, it's gonna be maybe painful and maybe help spread those cheeks, you know, which may be good for them. I don't know what they do in their spare time. That's none of my business. But so in California, Stan, just the term that I prefer to use, quick before I get into it, is foreign nationals, because that's not arguable and it's not contentious. It's not.
That's accurate. It's very accurate.
Is a citizen of a
foreign country
that is not the United States. This is a foreign national. It's not illegal alien. It is nothing about that person's status or anything. Nobody can argue with it. So that's the term that I've come to start using when having these conversations. Secondly, when in California, Stan, the People's Democratic Soviet Socialist Republic of California, Stan, I believe I lose track of what the full title of that place is. The plot from Superman 1 maybe wasn't a bad idea. Just, look back. I won't elaborate too much. They register you to vote, and it defaults to Democrat when you get a driver license. License.
It's true.
Not driver license, is driver license, if you want to be pedantic, because a lot of people are, and they call you on it. I can be pedantic way harder. My mom was a teacher.
You're in a safe space, bro. You're in a safe space.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm never in a safe space. There is no safe. The only safe space is behind me. So California, Stan, registers you to vote when you get a driver license, and foreign nationals can get a driver license in California, Stan. So without some check in place that doesn't exist, nothing is preventing foreign nationals from voting in California Stan elections. Now, the thing that that if you bring this up to anybody who is at least a little bit familiar with it, frag out.
Yeah. Sorry, man. That's I don't know why it won't let me. There we go.
Oh no! If you toss a grenade, you need to let your buddies know that that's happening.
That's when I send TTS, I say frag out all the time. And it's one of my custom emojis that I have. So I put it out as an overlay as well. So that people know when somebody like yourself is going to drop massive amounts of knowledge bomb, we have to warn everyone that you're about to do that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So is there a TTS going right now? Because I don't have your, I'm listening to you, not the stream audio.
Oh, no, you're totally fine. I just send a frag out. No, I say frag out when I TTS on whatever. That was kind of a thing that I did when I was doing the TTSs on whatever. And so people in the chat will say that all the time. And so I made an emoji for that. And then I made it an overlay so that when someone like yourself is about to drop serious knowledge on my audience, I can warn them, because people deserve to be warned that things are happening.
You're working this up way bigger than, dude. I'm dumb.
I'm just having some fun, man. I'm sorry. Keep going. You're not dumb.
Don't play it up too much. You give me
Yeah.
anxiety, and I might not be able to be in a corner when I get
Okay.
all nervous about it.
Well,
I totally don't.
I'm sure there's a box of Crayola back there somewhere. You can.
I mean, the red ones taste the best. Don't worry about that. So, the people with knowledge on the subject, at least a little bit, will debate you and say, hey, no, they can only vote in local elections in California. That's where they're registered to vote. But there's not really a check that prevents them from doing other election voting.
That's
because
right.
they are now registered to vote. They're in the party now. They're in the party system, and now they're registered to vote. So what's really preventing them? And I'm very simple. If somebody has an answer for that, which I haven't got yet, people that have retorted that back to me, because, allow me to retort.
It's actually hurting the Democrats right now. In California, most of the undocumented are actually voting against the Democrats in their local elections, and and a lot of them voted for Trump last time. So that's the danger, right? If you you can't control people to any real degree, and so it's not working out for them as well as they wanted it to. The real concern is the foreign nationals that have been brought in, that are in Central Park and taking over hotels in downtown New York City and all of that. So that's the real crux of the issue. Now, they've been trying, the Democrats have been trying very hard to allow those people to vote. And they just can't get it done. They want it so bad. They just can't get it done.
Battleground Texas, they want to turn Texas purple and then blue. That's the next move for them. But
they just can't get it done. As a matter of fact, the more they try, the more states are requiring ID, because they realize that, hey, you know what? You're right. We do not have an ID policy. Yeah, that's right, Texas. You're welcome, by the way. As a proud Tennessean, I support that Texas still exists, and you're welcome. When we sent those volunteers back at Alabama,
David Bowie and his friends,
Daniel Boone, not Daniel Boone. Davy Crockett is who I'm thinking of.
Crockett. I'm like, oh man, I'm failing Texas history. I didn't.
You're welcome. You're welcome. That's where we became the volunteer state, because we helped you out with that little fracas.
Oh, Tennessee, Florida, and Texas, and then one other one are the only states, places that in the United States that don't have personal state income tax. By the way, maybe somebody who's thinking about where to move next. If that person is based and doesn't want to vote for blue bullshit, please you are welcome.
Yeah,
just don't bring.
We also require ID we require ID to vote.
Based.
So.
Yeah, wait, do my emotes work? Hang on. No, hang on. No, I didn't mean hang on to you. I'm gonna just see if my emotes work. Like
in the chat.
I don't know if they work, dude. I started YouTube like a month ago.
Sorry. But anyway, so it is backfiring on Democrats, but I don't think that. So I think the Democrats are stupid here, because I don't think that the people they brought in are here to vote at all, and I don't think they care about voting. And I'm sure that they'll get a few people to vote, but it's not enough. I think that that's a red herring for the Republicans to key in on and miss the real overall problem with those people being here. We'll get into that in just 1 second, but let me finish up this election stuff. And the Kamala, the Scamala,
Skamala Harris.
Yeah, Scamala, or my favorite, Camel Toe.
Camel Toe Harris.
Huh?
You're a pizzard, Larry. Camel toe hair. Just I while I am a Hispanic, I don't speak for the entire Hispanic community. I speak for the common sense community and possibly black belt preppers.
Right.
Maybe that
so
represent for them.
It represent. So I just I think that the Dems are pretty much ready to, or they have more or less in their minds, they've said, all right, we know we're not gonna do well. What can we do? We gotta get some mileage out of it. Again, that's where I think that I hadn't thought about booty juice until somebody in the chat brought it up. But that is actually a really good play for the Democrats if they put him in place of Scamala, with probably like a really like a Gabby Gifford or somebody as the VP.
Oh shit, son! I didn't like. Yeah, both of them is sacrificial.
Sacrificial lambs. You don't want to elect a woman. You don't want to elect a gay guy. You don't want to do any of that. So
yeah, both, and then the victim with the Gabby.
The victim mentality. Yeah. They get 4 years of play out of it. They get 4 years of airtime out of that shit. And
I was thinking like they were maybe, now it's a meme, but I mean Jimmy Carter is still alive and only did one term, right? So maybe they wheel him out.
Well, they can't wheel him out because he can't even he doesn't know his own name at this point. But
I mean, did you see Biden in the debate? So my just real quick, my TLDR of the Biden-Trump debate was, so Trump was Trump, and he was being Trump. Biden was, I'll say figuratively, just so I'm not pedantic about it, figuratively, a Roomba at 1.5% battery left, desperately trying to redock on the charging station, but there's a cat toy in the way, and he just can't quite figure out how to get there.
Right.
That's what my assessment, and this is what I nailed it while it was happening, and I've not changed since, and I'm going to stick with that until somebody else says
Carter passed away 2 days ago. Carter passed away 2 days ago. I told you he was so old.
Oh, well, there goes that play. Fuck. Pardon my French. I'm trying. I'm.
Oh no, dude! I
try and keep it clean. Oh,
I use coarse language. I apologize to no one for that.
No, I'm dude. Like Marine, prior active duty Marine here. I'm old though, so I try and keep it clean these days.
I understand.
I'm not Mr. Rogers Fredlishing it, but I kind of admire that dedication to language that's safe for kids and everybody. Dude was a legend. I digress. My bad.
That's all right, man. So, I think that I think that their best play is to get as much mileage as they can. Carter is still alive. Wait, Jimmy Carter's still alive? Who? All right. Look, we're getting conflicting reports. I'm not looking into it. I don't care.
Until it's confirmed. Yeah, let's not.
I'm not. I don't care.
You said, with all of the let's say quote marginalized communities, like how many of those categories all of that being the sacrificial for this, because from what I'm hearing, the players that are saying this is sacrificial and we need to focus 2028 and getting into midterms especially. But so this entire down ticket. I think that's why AOC was being coherent and asking actual stuff. Did you see with the Secret Service with I cannot unhear it, and now nobody else can either. Director Cheeto. She's now Director Cheeto, and I can't unhear it, and now neither can you. Director Cheeto.
I was already going there with that. You can't stay away from it. So here's an interesting thing that I thought would happen.
AOC was asked legit questions and was not a partisan hack, like pushing whatever gun control or racist agenda that all of her colleagues were on that side of the aisle. AOC,
that's dangerous. Dangerous.
Yeah, I think so, I don't know. I haven't seen this anywhere. This is a Grumple original, that she was playing ball and asking real questions because she's afraid of a Trump down ticket vote in Queens and the Bronx, which is her districts. and it's also where Trump originates from.
Well, so I feel like
support, but yeah, I don't. What are your thoughts on that?
I'll go further. I think that she was probably told that if Newsom was on the ticket, she was going to be the VP.
That AOC was going to be the VP.
AOC would have been on the ticket.
Oh yeah, she doesn't want that for her career at all. That'd be
yeah, right. That's why would she play nice? Yeah,
that's interesting. Do you have a? I mean, I'm not trying to.
Oh no, so I've been thinking about the election for the past 8 months, and I played out a bunch of different scenarios. Yeah. So
that's very interesting. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So I called Newsom 8 months ago. I literally told everybody that Biden was going to step aside and that Newsom was going to run. At that time, Newsom was polling pretty good. But as more and more of the California stuff came out, as he barely beat the case against him in California, you know, his popularity's waned. So now I had to retract that a little bit. But I really think that the ticket that the Dems wanted was Newsom and AOC. With that, they feel like they couldn't lose, right? Because
Newsom obviously, as a presidential candidate, probably in one of the future elections, I wouldn't have thought this soon, but he's definitely one of the golden children. Yes, right. But AOC as the VP. Oh, that's so interesting.
Well, it just tags all of the boxes that they need tagged right now. She is younger. She is a real she, as far as we know. And
does she identify? I mean, I've seen those tits in that Boston college shirt, just by the way.
Yeah, the when she was a bartender. She has that ability to play up that bar. I was just a bartender and got elected. And she absolutely ignores the fact that her dad was like super rich and everything. So she has all of these things that the Democrats typically poll well with. I couldn't see. So I originally thought Tulsi Gabbard, but I think Tulsi's too polarizing, even in the Democrat Party.
Tulsi went independent, as far as I know, too.
Right?
She's like not
Tulsi Gabbard. Gabby Gifford. I'm sorry, Gabby Gifford.
Oh,
I thought Gabby Gifford originally. I thought it'd be Newsom and Gabby Gifford. That's like a match made in heaven.
Yeah,
for the Democrat leadership. But I think
that's their only chance. Honestly.
I think Gifford is too polarizing in the party. So. I think so. And I think that's those two. I think that's why I think AOC is kind of the better choice for, but you know, I could be wrong. I mean, I've been wrong before, but I was wrong. I didn't think Biden was going to step down until September, or I thought he was going to wait until. So here's the thing: Newsom has too many things that he can be shot down about.
Skeletons in the closet, yeah, and then the door isn't even closed on that closet.
Yeah. There's too many things in his past right now, or that are in his very recent past, that show very poor character. And there was no way. I didn't think there's any way that if he got put on the ticket early, like now, if he gets put on so whoever gets put on the ticket at the DNC, there's plenty of time for the Republican war machine to spin up and just nail them on all their shit, right? Like they'll nail Tulsi Gabbard on all her shit. They'll nail anybody. The war machine's got it. But if Biden had not stepped aside until late September, or pardon me, late August, I'm sorry. Late September, mid-October, just to give 3 or 4 weeks to be able to just let people know that there's been a change, right? But not enough for the nonstop ads that the Republicans would run to take effect. Then it would be
risky.
Then it would be almost shoe-in for Newsom. But the problem is now they stepped aside early. him stepping aside, and I think he stepped aside early because of the assassination attempt. I think the assassination attempt literally triggered everybody into voting for Trump. Now, here's an interesting thing I want to throw out there. I want you to wrap your mind around. I want you to wrap your mind around this. Trump and RFK.
My brain is very smooth. I do take an angle grinder to the wrinkles just to make it so that I can go.
And as well, you should. Trump met with RFK a lot back about this time last year, all the way up until December. They were meeting a couple of times, 3 times a month. I thought back then that RFK was going to run as VP with Trump. And I like that because RFK, he's moderate. I don't like some of his social stuff, but a lot of the other things I kind of agree with him on. But more importantly, I think a lot of moderates love RFK and Democrats hate RFK.
A lot of people love RFK. Just if I may interrupt and be so bold, he wants to take your pew-pews away.
Yeah, right. But the thing is that as VP, he can't do that. But here's the thing. This is all political wheeling and dealing, right? So Trump
as Veep,
Trump would not lose any votes with RFK as Veep, but he would gain a lot of votes with RFK as Veep. He would pull all those moderates, and the Democrats hate RFK already, so that's fine. So. Yeah, I agree that he's a little wishy-washy, John Smith. I get it, but he's not that bad. But then RFK went independent. This was important because I felt like that RFK is really, first of all, I think RFK knows he doesn't have a chance. I halfway expect RFK in August, maybe early September, to shut down his campaign, say we just don't have the votes, we're not polling well. I want and throw in behind Trump.
You think RFK is going to jump in behind, going to endorse Trump?
Yeah, I think he'll endorse Trump. I just can't come up with any other reason for RFK and Trump meeting back when. There has to be something that those two agreed on. And the only thing that makes sense is to work together during the election.
I am a fan of Occam's razor a lot, and that is the thing that is the simplest and makes the most sense.
Right. So, you don't Clover Tack. You don't see Kennedy openly supporting Trump, but yet he's not said anything bad about him in the. You would expect him to be throwing Trump under the bus left and right. And maybe he has. Maybe I just haven't seen it. Trump knows the truth about his dad and uncle. That's probably true. They're probably, the two families have probably known each other.
He was president, so he's seen the, classified documents.
Oh, yeah, all the Kennedy files. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And
I'm sure that RFK, he would have had to, legally or not, at this point. He knows. Knowing just, if I was in his position, I would know. I'm assuming he's at least inquisitive enough to.
Sure. And he has the juice. He has the juice to know. Yeah. So.
Yeah. He has to know the real story. So whatever.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I feel like is a, it's just an interesting thing that I just kind of have felt since the first time I saw that RFK and Trump were meeting together and the press were all pissed about it. Or they were offering weird reasons for it. So anyway, I feel like that it's, but the election's interesting. Let's talk about all of these foreign nationals. I like that word. I'm going to use that.
And is this okay? Is this format me bouncing off of you and for like,
Absolutely, it's great. I really like it.
I don't mean to take over your show or nothing, dude.
No, I really like it. I tend to have guests on that I can talk to and go back and forth, because it makes the show better, and I prefer to do that. There's no downside to it for me.
I don't think so. I just want to make sure that you're
you're being a great guest so far.
Thank you.
So, let's talk about the foreign nationals. So one thing that I know for a fact that a good chunk of those foreign nationals are not just not friendly to the U.S., but active malcontents, troublemakers, people who don't like us.
Oh man, you can't say that in a specific way, or else you'll get quoted forever by media. Oh, he said they're all rapists and gang members, and excuse me.
Right.
Great.
Yeah, you're not supposed to say. You're supposed to say grapist. Yeah. That's all right, man. It's all right. It's all good.
Like on Twitch, one's okay, but like on every other place, like it's.
I got it, man. I got it. Yeah, YouTube's weird. It's all good though. It's all good. So
we're talking about rapeseed, which is what castor oil comes from.
Right. That's right. So here's the thing. I don't really care. I barely get monetized as it is, so it's fine. At this point in my show career, the money's irrelevant. But
I like to produce the plausibility for anybody.
Sure. So my problem is where these people are located and what they're actively doing even today. So one of the things I think that most people don't realize is that in New York City, the amount of theft has gone up dramatically with all of these people there. And they're stealing very interesting things. And one of the things that they're stealing the most of are cell phones. They bring the cell phones they steal the cell phones. They bring them to a location that wipes them, and then they send them to Venezuela or parts unknowns in the South. I think that's very interesting that by the sheer number of cell phones that this is happening to. And that's a big deal in New York right now. I find that hugely interesting, but that's probably irrelevant. The other thing that I find interesting is most of these are military age males. Most of them don't like us. Several of them have been actively associated with groups that don't like us. So because you're kind of a prepper guy, you're not a world-ending guy, but you're kind of one of those guys.
I'm totally not on any lists from the government. Don't worry about that.
I'm on all the lists. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm on all the lists. I'm not worried about being on another list because I'm already on all of them.
Like if you're an adult human male and in this day and age and you're not on at least most of the list, what the fuck are you even doing these days?
Right.
Pardon my French, nerds.
I actually I own suppressors and other things like that. So I'm on literally all of the lists. Oh, and I've moved intrastate with them. So, so let's just say that we have a group of bad actors that decide to, let's say, cause damage to a power station in, say, Chicago or Ohio. Do we understand the routing of the power systems in the U.S.? I don't think most people do. But let's just say that you did. Let's just say that you did understand that, and you understood what would result from seemingly minor incidents.
9 meals from chaos.
What would result from that?
Is this it's on this thing, so I read this one? Is that?
Oh no, you can read that if you want. Yeah, please.
Oh no, I like to just put my things out there and let them spawn and grow and whatever. And like if I can do something for anybody, let me do that thing. So from Angel Berber, I'm not sure if it's a super chat, but we're gonna read it anyway in a dramatic fashion. This is in a terminal type font. So give me just a second.
Yep.
Okay. At grid 1, Trump could give RFK a cabinet position with promise of unclassifying the intelligence regarding what happened to his uncle and father. Period.
And that is actually a very reasonable position. I do like that.
The reasonableness of it makes it seem unrealistic.
Yeah. So,
sorry, like you interrupted.
That's all good, man. So,
you, my bad, dude.
If you understand power substations, power generation, some other intrastate systems, like these people actually do, because this is what they do. That's how they operate. That's basically what they do for a living. In these,
I have a thing,
and they're already here. They're already here. They're in place. What happens if these things start happening, even if we look at them and say they're relatively minor? You know, there's a lot of different things that could happen, right? Martial law, for example, could be declared in specific areas. Other specific areas that may or may not be important could not have power for days and or weeks. While, you know, substations are not something that can be bypassed or worked around.
Substations specifically, if I may take this one and just run with it for a moment.
Go ahead.
So my last role was with an energy company. It was mostly oil and gas. There was a lot of manufacturing, a lot of stupid stuff. I don't want to get into it too much because that would dox myself, because there's only one company that does a lot of the stuff that they do. So substations specifically, energy, we're talking. The transformers, a lot of the equipment, a lot of the fixtures that are in a substation, a power substation, the thing that where the high voltage power lines, this is just, I'm explaining what a substation is for the audience, for maybe people who don't know. So a substation is, you got the giant high voltage power lines that also have a right of way, by the way, that you could drive a bike down if you felt so inclined. You might be trespassing, you might not. You know, if it's a end of days, that's a clear line of sight shot between A and B, if you are so inclined to take note of those things. So the high power lines come to these substations, and then there are large transformers that convert your DC to AC, direct current to alternating current. That's what the substation generally does, because DC travels farther over long distances, or it's better to travel long distances. So it converts your electricity into AC. It's this giant thing in a cage. It's very easy to get in if you wanted to. Like if you've ever played the game State of Decay 1 or 2, that's generally how easy it is to get in. There's nobody manning it, and it's a substation. Like a guy from ERCOT might come out and check on things once in a while, do a check. In Texas, I'm saying the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, ERCOT, I believe is the acronym. They come and check out the substations and things and do maintenance on them, and they're the ones responsible for the power. The thing is that these are unguarded, and these are very vulnerable. All of the shit in there is not like off the shelf stuff. Most of it has a 6-month lead time and comes from China currently, or as of at least 3 to 5 years ago, last time I informed myself on the subject. I don't believe it's changed all that much. If a mass event, I don't want to say it's not casualty, but if a mass event happens where multiple substations are impacted, and that could be via whatever reason, whether it's natural, unnatural, mistake, oopsie, somebody attacking, somebody shooting at a friggin' hurricane, because, you know, that's a thing, and just happens to hit the substation. If a bunch of these get knocked out at once, that's going to cause a mass area blackout, and people are generally 9 meals from anarchy. There will be chaos if that happens with multiple. Just 1 or 2, maybe not 3 or 4. Maybe it depends on the area. If it's all in not succinct, but if it's all in a consolidated area, yeah, that area is going to get pretty rough pretty quick, depending on the civility of everybody. But once you get to a bunch of things getting shut. A bunch of substations is shutting down for whatever the reason. The more that gets shut down, the wider spread it is, the less like FEMA is going to be able to respond, because everybody relies on FEMA to go solve all our problems because we didn't plan for it. Pardon me, I'm now taking your paddle away. Now you're in the creek. Guess what else is in the creek? And you're floating upriver.
Yeah,
you're in Schitt's Creek and you don't have a paddle is the gist there.
And it's an interesting thing, because in the areas that there happen to be this mass amount of people who are not friendly to us, we know they're here. These are the areas where the most vulnerable substations are, where there is no. So like here in Tennessee, it wouldn't matter. We generate so much power. We sell it to other states. We have 3 nuclear facilities here that generate power. We have hydroelectric. We have coal plants. We have steam plants. We have whatever we need. We can make power. Fine. Ohio, a little different. Chicago, the Detroit, Chicago, or, that whole area from, that's a little different. They don't have quite the power generation capabilities. And they send power, as you're saying, vast distances. Nebraska, for example, not a lot of power generation. They get power from other places.
There is a backup for most of the United States, though, because there are there are 3 power grids, and they have overlap at the seams.
Mm-hmm.
You have East, West, and Texas. ERCOT, like Texas, has been very much, nope, we're not doing that. We're going to stay independent. Right. But everywhere else, you've got the East grid and West grid. And at the borders of Texas, within about 10 miles, there is overlap. And it's like, it gets really complicated when you get out there. And I'm not even exactly sure how it works about mixing grids. But when you've got something like that, where you've got a state that has a lot of power generation or a lot of power draw, the rest of the grid kind of fills in and like averages things out. So that kind of helps back up.
Right. So we send power to places, and which is fine. We don't get a lot of power from anywhere, right? So we usually don't have much power problems. But I pay attention to this just because if you look at if you look at the bigger cities, New York, Chicago, Detroit, most of Ohio, where these people are, those are all places that if you did anything to the power grid whatsoever for even a week, 2 weeks, those places would be in absolute turmoil. And that would be pretty easy for the military to step in and do martial law. Obviously, look, we have safeguards. Most of the hospitals have backup generators. Most government buildings have some form of power generation. The problem is that your average person would not have that. Most people don't have generators. Most people don't have backup power. Most people don't have, as he said, more than 3 days of food on hand.
Most people are dumb and or just ignorant of the risk.
Right. And they don't have, what do you use for money?
Dumb necessarily, but ignorant of the risk is what just most people, la-di-da, condition white, Jeff Cooper,
Right. And here in Tennessee, for us to lose power for a full day or 2 days is not that big a deal, because it happens, right?
Yeah.
Especially out in the rural areas, right? Like they don't even give a shit. Like they wouldn't even notice probably. The backup generator would kick on and life would go on as normal. But when you're looking at these bigger cities, how many people carry cash?
Not many. How many businesses now, especially after the plague, are cashless? It's like, excuse me, this green piece of paper still says legal tender for all debts, public and private. You can't say you're cashless because it's literally legal tender, but they still do. And
so while I'm not,
the pizza, well, if you don't want to take my paper money, fine, I'm taking the pizza.
Yeah, I'm not in this. I'm not quite in the, super prepper, the boog's going to pop off anytime mindset.
Oh, me either. I'm just dumb.
But I 100% can look at the reality of the situation of having a bunch of military age males who are trained in foreign countries to literally destroy America, and they're in our borders. And the natural question is, why? Why are they here?
Grid,
Sorry?
you're saying the quiet part. You're saying the quiet part out loud.
I am. I say it all the time.
You're not supposed to say that part about
right.
all these military age males that are just important. Like, oh man, you're not supposed to say that part.
Right. Yeah, the refugees that we're getting are not innocent women and innocent children. We're getting full. I mean, they've caught literal known terrorists at the border
and gang members. The thing is, hang on. I can text him. I can't guarantee he'll answer before you're done. Jason Jones.
Okay.
He's a friend. He's a contributor for Newsmax. He's a subject matter expert on the border. I like SME. He's retired. Like he's retired. He's prior
retired.
Yeah, he's prior Texas Rangers and like a bunch of the. I met him through a dear friend of mine, Colonel Dan Steiner. He's written a few books. He was streaming on a few platforms. He died unfortunately a couple of years ago, which like right when the Ukraine-Russia thing was popping off, just a little bit after that. We only had a few chats after that before it got too much for him, and then he unfortunately passed soon after that. I met Jason through him, and we stay in contact. He's scratch that. I can text him, and if we want
totally cool, man. Totally cool. The show ends at 3, so got plenty of time.
Well, shit. What were we? I'm gonna text him, but what were we?
We were talking about the.
I've squirreled now. Yeah.
We were talking about the military age males, some of whom have been proven to be wanted terrorists in other countries at our border.
Oh, just okay. So, here's where maybe suspension of disbelief of the public narrative of the mainstream narrative. So the cartels are absolutely in control of 90-ish% of what's coming across the border. The coyotes, the people, all of everything is organized.
Sure.
These are, if anybody who's like on the ANCAP side, the cartels are the absolute example of the anarcho-capitalist business set. That is the example. If that's what you're into, that's the example. So all of the humanitarian things you see, all of the border crossings where there are people caught, all of the drugs that are caught, all of the everything that's caught is now 90. I'm gonna go back and say I'm gonna roll it back to 90%. 90% of that is manipulated by the cartels to cause, hey, look over here, watch this hand, or excuse me, you can't see that. Watch this hand. Don't see what this hand is doing. Watch this hand. See, this hand is shaking. Look at all this humanitarian. Look at all the drugs. Look at all this stuff that we're doing, and the Border Patrol is catching, and ICS, and look at all the and all these judges, and all these kids in cages, and keep watching here. Just keep watching this. Do you get my point?
It's David Copperfield, baby.
It's 100%, and the cartels are controlling that. And if there was actual metrics on the legit things that cross the border, people would lose their friggin' minds.
Yeah.
I don't have much else to say on that, except, dude, I'm gonna it's normal daytime hours. That's we don't have We don't have numbers on the things that we don't encounter. And most of the gotaways and things that the Border Patrol finds and can't chase down don't get reported because they don't have time. It's not that they're negligent or they're bad. It's that there's so much going on that they literally don't have time. And then we're moved on past that, and then they're off shift, and like now, like, hey, you're being ordered to do this, and you can't file the report. Like it's subtle manipulation
Mm-hmm.
via the cartels to where like the real everything that's crossing the border is not even documented. Like there's not even adjacent to being documented. So
yeah, I mean that's very true.
Alan 15. Let me see if he's
yeah, it's very true. And I think that what we have to remember always is that no matter, the press is and has always been owned. We've never had such a thing as free press in this country ever. We've never not received a narrative from someone. I know that people like to say back in the good old days, you know, the press was honorable and all of that, but that's horseshit. You can go back and read books from the 1890s where the press where they talk about how the press was slanted. Look at Chicago in the 1920s, how the press was slanted. I mean, look, there's never been a period of time in this country where the press told us the actual truth of what was going on. So you have to use, I don't blame the average citizen from not being able to discern the truth and reality from the fiction. I mean, how could you, right? Like, how could you do that? Because right now, there's no way to do that. There's no way to determine what is truth, what is reality, what's fictional, any of it. It's just not, it's just not what we get, we just don't. It would be nice if we did, but we never have, and we never will. It's just not going to happen. I don't know what more to say about that. If you're stupid and you can't figure things out, then the world's going to take advantage of you. If you're not stupid and, then maybe you can figure it out. But, it is what it is. So we got one for you to read there if you'd like, from our buddy Clover Tack, who's down in East Texas with you.
Oh yeah, Hank. Like that's so I got him. I'm sure. Crafting a text message. Give me just a second. Okay, so Clover Tack. I do want to take the opportunity to thank all the stupid fucking preppers that are stockpiling everything but guns and ammo. Who do you think that is, brother man?
Well, there's the people that read Mother Earth News.
I collect old issues of Mother Earth News, dude. There's a lot of solid information in those.
There really is, but there's a lot of like really fruity shit in there too.
Yeah, there also very much is. There's a lot of chaff you got to get through to get to the wheat in Mother Earth News.
That's right.
I find certain issues that I go and find the physical copies of, because I mean, if you're into Mother Earth News, print out Where There Is No Doctor and put that in a 3-ring binder with plastic sheets. Do that and you'll be ahead of the game.
Yeah. So, and the Foxfire books. You got to get the Foxfire books.
Oh yeah, that's like down on the kind of get your stuff, because you can probably get them for PDFs, but go buy the real ones. Support the author.
It's always a good thing to buy physical copies, just because shit happens.
Paper doesn't take batteries.
Right. That's right. Exactly.
Also, if okay, so car guys, right? We're car guys. We am car guys. So yeah. I prefer so the Toyota Tundra first generation doesn't have, it has, I have not found PDFs for it. I own 3 out of the 6 of the Toyota manuals. I always get, like, even if I especially buy the physical copy, And if somebody's already scanned it, that just makes it easier for me, so I don't have to rip my own copy apart and then scan it and print it back out, so that I can put it into sheet protectors in a 3-ring binder to use in the garage, so I don't get the friggin' page destroyed with friggin' oil and stuff. If you want a usable tool, put the pages inside sheet protectors in a 3-ring binder.
Yeah.
Toyota with its 30-year-old engine, that's fine. It was the first couple of years were made in Indiana. It is made in Texas. Toyota Tundras are the most American truck that exists, and it's made in Texas.
Yeah.
Fight me.
Yeah. They're okay. They're not my favorite.
They're not heavy duty trucks. They're light.
My brother has one. It's okay. He wishes he had my Silverado, but he can't. I can't have it.
I have one that I'm going to take the body off of and put onto. I'm probably going to do a body swap. So I have, dude. I don't want to get into like. It's going to sound like braggy if I talk about like my vehicle collection. It's just this is what I do for a hobby. It's like
right. That's all right. So you don't have to read this one. Range and Rogue, this is coming from the same morons who only stock guns and ammo because they have a plan. You know what? If you
Ranger
have
and Rogue is my friend, I can read that one if you want.
Huh?
He probably replied like, no, Ranger and Rogue is like a close, like I know him in real life.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you would like, I can read it. If not, but
that's okay. I didn't realize he was one of your buddies. That's good. That's cool. I like that guy already. The interesting thing is I actually have a friend of mine. I'm not going to out, but he's funny. His plan is because he and I talk all the time about how he doesn't even really collect guns. Like I think I don't even know if he has one currently. And he's like, I'm like, dude, what are you really going to do if like BLM shit happens here? And well, this was in Colorado too, but I'm like, what are you going to do? You're in a small town. What are you going to do? If they just like decide to pull some Chad shit or Chaz or whatever the fuck they called that Portland thing, what are you going to do? He's like, well, cops have guns. I'll have a gun. Don't worry about it. I'm like, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. But I mean, that's his strategy. Yeah, failing the plan is planning to fail. There's a lot of stuff going on with that, but it's an interesting deal with the with some people. And have you ever heard the thing that was going around about how you know if the boog is cooking off? If you're not one of the end people, and that's to get dressed up in all your boot gear, walk down your driveway to the street with all your gear on, and look left and look right. And if everyone else on your block is dressed up just like you are, then obviously it's kicking off. I'm like,
I haven't heard this one.
I'm like, that's an interesting way of it. I guess you live in a special neighborhood. So, but yeah, I don't know. I did read a thing from these guys in like Albania or somewhere where they had a civil war pop off, and they lived they actually already, I guess, part of their way they live over there is that their family house was literally a compound with brick walls around it already. And it was just like 3 houses in this little compound area. And so when whatever went down, they were pretty good. They were pretty well off. And they said the first people that got looted were the people with generators, because
they're making noise.
Lights on in your house. If you had lights on in your house, everybody knew you had stuff. So
which one of these things is not like the others?
Right.
One is not the same. Oh yeah, that's you become a target, and you want to.
Yeah, people made themselves targets, and he was talking about how the article is really good. He talks about how like things that you would never think are important in regular life is like hugely important, and we saw that in COVID, like toilet paper, right? Like he was like toilet paper, cigarettes, alcohol. All the conveniences that we take for granted every day are like going to be massively important, and then medical supplies and all of that. So it's an interesting ordeal, right? So, or an interesting point of view. But yeah, if you have a generator, if you have, you probably ought to think about maybe some blackout curtains. Yeah, see, there we go. Just like that.
Just black out the curtain. No, I got to step away. I can still hear.
Okay. But yeah, it's if you got all that stuff going on, then don't advertise. You need to look as poor as everybody else. So,
and you might even consider having some clothes that are slightly larger so that you look like you've lost weight, just like everybody else.
Yeah, right. And there's a bunch of stuff going on. But that's a really good conversation.
I
didn't really want to get into like a whole full-blown prepper demonstration. I just really think that because I knew that somebody was going to bring up the immigration problem that we have in the country right now, and they're thinking about it along the lines of changing the vote, where I don't think that's the thing that they're trying to change at all. I think what they're trying to change is I think that at some point they will go active, and the goal is to institute martial law in very specific areas and potentially take over areas of the country to make us fight for our own land back. That's just a thought.
I wish them luck in that endeavor.
I do too, but I could see it in specific areas.
I mean, I say that as a show of good sportsmanship. Of course I don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that they obviously they know they're going to lose, but can you imagine what it would do? Just think about this for a minute. Think about if they took the power out in Chicago or Detroit. Let's just use Detroit. I like Detroit. Detroit has entire neighborhoods that have gone back to forest, basically, because everyone's moved the fuck out. They don't want to live there anymore. So if you had the power shut off and you just had a group of malcontents kind of move in and take over, what is there to do about it? I mean, obviously Detroit has a really good SWAT program and they have some military in the area, but they don't have as much as they used to have. And they could, I think Detroit could be occupied by a pretty small force.
You might go back I mean, if you want to adjust, I have one fact that might, if you want to adjust your example. So Chicago has a website. It's called heyjackass.com that has the actual crime statistics with mass shootings and the dong shot, which like the people who've been shot in the dick factor. It was removed for a little while, but it's back on heyjackass.com. The cock shot, and I mean you can link it anybody. It's totally safe. It's just crime statistics specifically for Chicago. Heyjackass.com. Literally exactly like it sounds. Yeah. Have you not heard of this?
I have not heard of this.
Hang on, just I'll put it in my camera. I'll put it in my camera just so you see it.
All right.
You don't even need to bring it up. Just this is the example. OBS is a great tool if you can figure it out.
I'm not currently using OBS. I should, but I'm not.
I run everything.
I like the Talk Studio thing. The Talk Studio works pretty good.
The thing that I find that I need OBS, like if I'm on an interview for a contract or something, professional space, is that I can I put it looks like I'm in the basement of a church, like I have a little like thing that I put, but I can manipulate the size and the space and like how wide it is.
So we can't see all your Amazon boxes back there.
Well, those are empty boxes that I'm actually I did inventory fairly recently, and this is like I'm sorting like the other dude. I'm like. Look, I'm using like tags, literal like I bought the pew-pews. Oh wait, what happened?
You can't touch the pew-pews. It could it could kill.
I know.
YouTube will kill the stream.
Oh man, I heard about that. If like firearms sponsors on Twitch, it used to be at least if you point at a person, that is
no, you can't. You cannot touch them live.
Even IRL.
Yeah, you can't touch them live. I didn't see I couldn't see it from what you were.
Oh, my bad. No, I thought it was the new toss on YouTube was sponsors only. No, dude,
yeah, I think the stream
that was airsoft. That was airsoft, obviously.
No, it doesn't matter. Let me see. Let me go live and see if we're still live.
My bad.
No, we're still live.
Fuck my dude. Seriously, freaking YouTube's gonna change it.
I think I'm still live. Am I still live? Okay.
No, I just looked over and you're good on the. All
right, cool. Yeah, don't do that.
No, like
I should have warned you, man. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were.
Oh no, yeah, I didn't know that YouTube had gone like that whole hog on anything. It's the thing's literally locked back with an inventory tag on it. I was trying to show the tag of, hey, look, this.
Yeah. I don't think it could tell, but yeah, I forgot my camera was hot once.
That wasn't even real pew-pews or nothing.
Yeah,
nerds.
I actually forgot.
Who has real pew-pews these days? Shit.
So I actually forgot that I had my camera on once, and I was going to go on live on somebody else's channel. And while I was waiting to go on, I have firearms in the background, and I was like, you know what, that lady may feel threatened if I leave this up. So I, not realizing that I was still on camera, I took the gun down and put it on the floor, and I was down for they kicked me for 2 days.
From
yeah. They put they pulled my channel down for like 2 days. But it wasn't a big deal. I didn't get a strike or anything, but the next time it could be a strike. So I should have warned you. I didn't realize that that's what you were going to do.
It's like I was doing inventory. It's right here. Like I didn't realize YouTube toss had gone that. I'm very new to YouTube. My bad.
Well, they have to. It has to kind of look like it as well. If it doesn't look like it, it's fine. But I mean, they're talking. I think now the policy is you can't even touch gun parts. Like you can't show a. Well, actually, Clover Tack. Can we touch gun parts?
If I may speak Korean for a little bit, I'm going to use a Korean word.
Yeah.
That is. So gay hamnida.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely gay. It's definitely.
Oh no, I was speaking Korean. I don't know what you're talking about.
So, yeah. So I got a whole pee slap for something that I didn't even realize I was doing because I thought I'd muted myself, and I thought I had dropped the camera, but I had not. And but I got a PP slap for that, but it was no big deal. I talked to YouTube about it. They were fine. But
dude, I'm live on you, dude. I feel like maybe it was a mistake to even making a YouTube account, dude. Like what in the world?
Well, YouTube is depends on so Clovertax says depends on the parts. Technically they're okay, but if you get falsely flagged and the stream is still dead, so it's a risky thing. Yeah, so the thing I found about YouTube. Well, all right. So like Twitch is, I think, is very risky. It just with what you say, right?
Oh no, Twitch is very ready to hammer you for the smallest things. The thing about
I'm shocked I'm still up on Twitch.
I was around with Stephen IRL, Stephen FRA at the time, fugitive recovery agent. He was doing bounty hunting on Twitch. I was around, I was the guy clipping, creating the videos, the video pieces of his clip. The thing that got him clapped and where they figured out that hey, here's exactly where the toss is when he had to draw down on something. He was wearing a chest camera, live streaming bounty hunting or fugitive recovery agent thing, and like a guy reached for a rifle and he had to draw down on a guy. And that is the point where it becomes toss on Twitch, is when you point a firearm at a person. If you point at the camera, it is not toss unless you are threatening chat. If you are like showing the barrel or something, pointing at the camera is fine. Firearms are totally fine. Everything, range streams are fine. Everything up until the point where you point at a person, and then that's pointing a firearm at a person is the line on Twitch. At least a couple of years ago, may have changed, and
they're all tightening up. And here's the thing: so on YouTube,
everything's tightening up.
Yeah, you're totally cool. Like Cam the King says, I post shorts of pew pews, never have issues. Just posted my new sexy as fuck M1 grid. I got I'm assuming he meant. I don't know if he meant to say me that, but he got a stiffy unboxing her. Okay, cool. You can post recorded content of you doing whatever, almost whatever with the gun. Although they've actually, there's some new things out about that, which Clover knows. But live, you cannot touch, like, and I've done it several times where I just picked up my normal carry and I didn't have any issues. But I don't think I was monetized then, and they just weren't paying that much attention to me. So I got to, once the stream's ended, it doesn't matter. But the AI will. The AI is watching.
Anybody shit or anything that I didn't know, and
that's totally cool, dude.
Apologize for picking up that airsoft Nerf gun that I obviously picked because it wasn't black, it was tan. It had Nerf shit.
They don't.
Nerds.
Yeah, they really. I mean, it wasn't even a complete thing. I couldn't see it, to be honest with you, because all I could see was a tag. But everybody else, what gave me a clue was everybody going crazy in the chat. So
I do like that was not like
that's totally cool, man. As long as we and also getting kicked down. I don't know why we got kicked down like that.
We kicked down. Also, what was with the call? Was
that's what I mean. Like, I got pulled off. You got pulled off. It went the screen went black. I wasn't doing any of that. So
that was super.
That was super weird. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Maybe some guardian angel was looking out for your channel in my dumb
could
ass.
be. Well, yeah, it could be.
I was ignorant. That's Hanlon's razor.
You're totally good, man. You're totally good. No harm, no foul so far. It's all good. We'll just get back to the conversation.
Yeah, I can't apologize for that because that's fucking dumb. But I apologize for like.
Yeah, well now you know, right? So it's all good.
Yeah, that's. 100%. Apologize.
You just got to be careful of the AI. I'm going to move us around here. All right, there we go.
Yeah. Better to change it around too for the AI, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Also, so it looks like we're looking at each other on the stream.
Right. Yeah.
That's better for content.
I did. So I'm just going to kind of shift gears.
I forget where we were at. Even this is.
Yeah. So and I think we said enough kind of about the whole idea of these foreign national. Military age males in our country. We have no idea where they are. We have no idea what they're doing, and they can do a lot of damage. And I think that's why they're here. I can't prove it. I think that's why they're here. You
don't think that's a good idea?
Huh?
You don't think that's a good idea having all these military?
I do not think that's a good idea. I think that
we're not keeping track of and like have no idea about their affiliations or where they're from or any of those type of things. You don't think that's a good? Oh,
I have a problem with people who actively hate America coming here.
Sounds racist.
Well, that's fine. I'm okay with racism. I think racism is a progressive mentality. Honestly, I'm really shocked that
it really is.
I think racism is a progressive mentality. I first of all, I mean, I don't know many animals I don't know very many animals that associate with other animals not of their type. So therefore, I don't find this very natural to to be inclusive. I am actually not inclusive. I prefer to be extremely divisive, and I like it that way. So if I like it, then that's what's important, right? It's my feelings. My feelings are important, right? So
hang on. So I texted Jason. I'd love to, but I'm out with my daughter having lunch. Count me in next time.
That's awesome. Yeah, we'll get him on next time, man. I'm a small channel. I don't even know how many subs I have right now. I'm small. I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to make it something big. That on the day shift like this, it's mostly political. I'm not going
to dox the phone number, but my message.
It doesn't focus very well.
Oh no, it okay. Just I'll
good try though.
Yeah, I tried to do receipts. So I played you up a bit. So I said, hey, I'm on a show / podcast on YouTube with a fairly big show. Can you or would you like to talk order? He has another hour or so. I apologize for the late notice. And then his response, I'd love to. I'm out with my daughter having lunch. Count me in next time.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it next time. I'll try and give you a heads up. So we're going to get into this. Is that what I wanted? No. Where's this at? Somebody said something that segues perfectly into what I was going to talk about. I just got to find it again.
Can I put
there we go. There it is. You may read that if you like. If you don't, that's fine too.
No, I got you, brother, man. This is what I do. Cam the King. Bro, you're joking, but a nation can collapse due to financial burden of illegals once the population of illegals is 1% sick of unsick. The whole population, we are currently somewhere around 18 to 22%. No number one sees what corn.
I think it's coming.
Charlie Mike November.
Mm-hmm.
It might be coming. It might be, come on, man. It might be corn.
Man. Could be.
Come on, man. It was Charlie Mike November. That's all I can say. Mm-hmm. Good comment, though. I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, we are in the last hour. If you want to call in and discuss something, I'm happy to do that. Otherwise, I'm going to continue with the next topic. If you want to call in, you've got to reach out to one of the moderators, and they've got to vet you. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. I have enough haters now that I don't need somebody tanking me. I appreciate it. Appreciate the understanding.
If you want something to be Grumple to speech, add $1 additional onto it as a show of goodwill for the Grid One Motorsports channel and what he and we are trying to do here.
Yeah. So
as an ask, that's a Grumple ask for me.
Awesome. Thank you, Grumple. So here's the thing about you're killing me, bro. So here's the thing about the financial.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Here's the thing about the financial collapse. The illegals are the least of the issue. The issue is the constant overspending. Go ahead.
It's just $1. Just one more dollar. It's like a tip.
One more dollar. Make it happen.
Just a tip. You know, if you were asked, would you like to do just a tip? I mean, think about that. Would you give Grid One just a tip? Grid One Motorsports. Is he worth just the tip? I mean,
sounds a little weird.
Give him the tip. You know, I'm for Grumple. I would consider it a personal favor, and I might even allow you into my Discord if you were to give Grid One $1 additional.
High praise.
On top of the Grumple speech fee for a super chat.
So I don't think the illegals actually are the cause of the financial downfall. But matter of fact, I think that that since the illegals will do, or the undocumented aliens or the foreign nationals, however you want to speak about them, but look, those guys do jobs that nobody else will do. They earn money. They actually, I haven't seen the latest stats, my foggy recollection is they consume far less of the welfare resources than actual American citizens do. You're muted.
Yes, I was talking. Sorry, I was talking to my chat and I didn't want to interrupt you.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So when you're so when we're looking at this from a financial aspect, the idea that there's no end in sight to spending is the real problem. Now we can and have made inroads into reducing the debt, into increasing financial stability. The problem is that what happens without fail is we start making inroads. The next administration doesn't want to continue that. They do not want to work together. They're working against each other, and they're playing with the American people to do it. And therefore, all of the things that Trump put in place to safeguard our finances, and I can speak to a very specific issue that I'm aware of. All the things that Trump put in place to help improve the economy when it did, Biden repealed literally day one. Literally the first day he walked into office, he repealed most of it. I think it was third day, but whatever. One of those things, for example, is this. Go ahead.
Repealed third day in office. Repealed just
the executive orders. He repealed all of Trump's executive orders. Most of those dealt with controlling banks and the things that banks could and could not do with regard to lending. As an example of this, when Trump was in office, my wife and I, we buy investment properties, and at the time, you could not purchase an investment property on a standard mortgage. You had to go to the commercial side. It's a different set of standards, and it is a different risk assessment on the bank's half. I'm sorry.
And it's a higher interest rate. I mean,
it is a higher interest rate. It's
it's a little bit
right. The commercial side of banking is, helps the bank more than it helps you. It's just the way it is. So it's always that way, but even more so in commercial. So I kid you not that Trump had not been out of office 10 days, and I get a phone call from my banker saying, hey, if you're still looking to do investment properties, we can now lend on properties without you having to live in them, without them being your primary residency, and without that being a commercial loan. I said, that's nuts. Why are we doing that? And they said, that's
pause one moment. Just for reference, so everybody's clear. It used to be, or kind of still is, that you had to live, like you could get a normal mortgage on a property as long as you lived in it X amount of time. It's either 1 year or 2 years, depending on where you're at and what type of loan it is. And then you could rent it out. Especially if you're dealing with VA loans, that becomes a big thing.
Yes.
So that's where I didn't mean to interrupt your flow. Just trying.
No, you're totally okay. You're totally okay, and you're exactly right. That is exactly right. So one of the things that Trump had put in place was the banks prior to him coming in during Obama. The biggest problem that we had financially in the country was that you could go out and have 10 mortgages and nobody cared. And so when you started to default on those created problems. Trump went in and said, no, you can't do that anymore. Can't do that. That lowered the interest rate, increased home values, and did a bunch of really cool things. Enter Mr. Biden. Mr. Biden comes in and says, nope, we're going to go back to the way it was under Obama. Anybody can do anything. That's fine. So I kid you not that if you wanted to and it's probably today you can do it. It's harder now. When Biden took office, for that first year, you could go out, get a home mortgage, tell the bank it was going to be a rental property, and they would not qualify you based on your income. They would use the projected rental income as your earnings to buy the house. So if you had 3% down and you wanted to buy an $800,000 house, and you could show through some fucking math somewhere that you could rent it for $3,000 a month, which is what your mortgage was going to be, you could buy that house. Now, do you understand how crazy this is? Right? If that house sits empty for 6 months, do you have $3,000 to pay the mortgage? No, you do not. And the bank never checked. And that's why we're in the situation we're in now. Right? So, and that's why interest rates started climbing. They started climbing higher and higher and higher and higher and higher because people were, all of these controls were off of the banks. And the Fed has to do something about it. The Fed controls interest rate with inflation, in theory. So this is all engineered. You have to understand that there's nothing that happens financially because we have a Federal Reserve. There's nothing that you can't blame the stock market. You can't blame investors. You can't blame BlackRock. The only entity to blame is the Federal Reserve, and therefore the only person to blame is the president, who dictates to the Federal Reserve what it's going to do. Okay? We saw that with Obama and Greenspan. I was trading Forex in the U.S. Sorry?
I was just Alan Greenspan, if anybody wants to.
Yes, Alan Greenspan. Thank you.
That was the guy.
For anyone who didn't know, Alan Greenspan. I was trading Forex, and I was able, in the U.S., I was able to use, I think, like 50-to-1 gearing. For anyone who doesn't know what gearing is, that's leverage. I put up $5,000. I have leverage of like, I don't know, $100,000, $5,000, $500,000, whatever it is.
If you understand fractional reserve banking, it's like that, but for kind of investing kind of.
Right. So I was able to use Forex, and I was able to use gearing to make more money faster, right? I only had to have X amount in my account. And I could get zeroed out, which I never did, but I could. Greenspan came in and he ended that overnight. He said, no, we're gonna stop. You can no longer use gearing in the US. And he said they targeted that as why there were all these problems. So I simply moved my account to Australia, which did allow gearing. Why would I not? Why would I not do that? I've got somebody who has joined. Let's see. John Smith. Welcome, John Smith.
That name is
hello.
Oh, good morning.
That is 100% my real name.
Oh, good afternoon.
It is. Oh, of course it is.
It is way afternoon now.
Yeah, I had a question based on kind of where the conversation was a few minutes ago.
Sure.
And also earlier it was mentioned about, like, you had said that the election coming up, that you think that because there's no COVID and stuff, that there's less of a success rate for them to cheat and things like that. My thing is, though, and this leads into my question, was I believe it was Pennsylvania that had they had passed the whole where they just said you can do mail-in voting, but the only way to change that was through their Pennsylvania Congress had to vote that in, and they didn't vote it in, and they did it anyway. And then they counted everything. And when we said that's cheating, then it's nothing ever happened. Nothing came from that. And as far as I knew, I never researched it further, but it was never reversed. And in the same kind of sense is when it comes to, I guess, accountability of our leaders, does, because we're talking about Cheeto and everyone else that's brought before Congress and has to speak. And I mean, it's clear about
she's Cheeto.
Yeah, that's what I said after you said it. But after all these hearings,
I didn't mean to derail you. My bad.
Yeah. After all these hearings, nothing gets done. Nothing changes.
And she's not going to get fired.
Well, she's not. But I mean, you also have, actual clear calls to violence from, like, the mayor of Chicago or whatever, saying, get up in their face, yell at them, punch them, push them out. Like, that is clearly
quotes from Sheila Jackson Lee. Yeah,
it's breaking the law Nothing happened. She's not under arrest. Anyone that comes before Congress, they lied, or it's proof that you are perjuring yourself, and then nothing happens. So it's like, what? First of all, what's the point? And second of all, do you think that this coming election, then, that there is not going to be any cheating? Because if they can just flip a state's entire Congress, like,
well, there's always cheating. But here's the problem the Democrats have this time, is that definitely there's going to be far more poll watchers. There's a lot more people paying attention to every aspect of this election. They made a couple of dry runs in Vermont and I think Atlanta where they tried to cheat and it were caught both times. And they actually had to go to court over it, right? And the courts decided against them. So my argument here, my position is there's no way. Well, I shouldn't say no way. It's very unlikely the Democrats are going to be able to cheat on a level high enough to gain the election. You understand? It's not going to be close enough for just a little bit of cheating to get them by. The election is going to be it's going to be a massive spread. And so that they would have to do basically what they did last time, which they're not going to be able to do this time because there is no national emergency. They're not going to be able to lock people in their homes. They're not going to be able to shut down polling places and they're not going to, and the exit polls will exist this time, which we didn't have last time. Go ahead.
But you forget that, I mean, water mains spontaneously break underneath buildings because water mains totally run underneath buildings. Sure. That's where they go. They don't run along streets. They run underneath buildings. And so, I mean, they totally just burst all the time, especially in the places where votes are being counted, because water mains totally always actually run underneath buildings because that's where they go. They don't run along streets. They go underneath buildings. And that's, I mean,
and did we not have poll watchers this time?
I like
we caught so much
stuff.
Things. Nothing.
But we didn't have poll watchers last time because they weren't allowed to, because they weren't really, and there weren't exit poll data either. Because
I misunderstand. I think poll watchers like an official position rather than just people watching the polls.
No, they're going to be. So there's a serious call right now on both sides, honestly, because the Democrats don't want another election where Trump can claim, and he might actually win this time, showing that there was cheating. Right? They don't want it. They can't. If there's anything screwy about this election, the Democrats have a real problem if there is, far more than the Republicans do, perception-wise and everything, especially with the moderates.
Grid, you appear to not understand that the water mains, they go underneath buildings.
I understand. But here's the thing.
You seem to not get. I mean, why is that not enough for you? Why is there this water main bursting? That because water mains are totally underneath buildings, why is that not enough for you to understand?
And they burst more than once. They do burst more than once all the time.
Then, we clear it out, and then we have bins that we put the votes in that now we bring them back in. So now we have to count the ones that we brought back in because we used them. We evacuated with them, saving the votes. Don't you see? We were the heroes in the situation.
Yes,
because the water main that totally goes underneath the building, because water mains go underneath buildings, it burst and it was flooded. But 2 hours later, it was totally dry, and we resumed business as normal.
Yeah,
but it wasn't dry enough to allow the observers though. Because that would be dangerous. Because the water.
Here's an interesting thing about that.
Buildings. Sorry, I could get on it, dude.
That's okay. It's funny. I like it. Here's the thing about that, though. That's all very true. That could happen. I'm not going to argue that.
Well, no, I mean, water mains don't actually go underneath buildings. That was the meme.
I know. No, it's true. But I will give you.
Dude, water mains don't melt steel beams.
Water mains don't melt steel beams, dude. I mean, come on.
I'm going to give you all of that. So here's where it goes though, because they tried to. So they tried in Vermont. They tried to cheat with the system, and they had a recall in that election. I think it was Atlanta, or is a city in Georgia. They tried to in a mayoral race, I think it was, where they had 3 candidates, and they were all actually Democrat candidates. So the one candidate was, they had like two, I think that one, obviously the incumbent, and they had another one that had been in the party a long time, and then one new person. The new person that came in didn't get any votes in one. What they did is they fucked up how they did the voting distribution in the computer, because they were cheating. They 100% were cheating, but they fucked it up. And what they did is that she and her husband had voted for her in her district. It showed for 0 votes for her in her district, and she knew there should be at least 2. And so she called bullshit, and they ended up having to rerun the whole race because of that. Now, we can say that those were test runs to perfect the process, but I think that they were more like test runs to see if they could get away with it without any kind of oversight, without people looking, and if it could be caught by inspectors.
So do you
and I think that what they're showing now is that they can be caught, and then they should. And I don't think they're going to try it this time. I think they got away with it in 2020 because of COVID, because the narrative was easier to spread, and it was just harder to prove the cheating. I don't think they can now.
So what about I guess 2 questions here. Like I said, what about that Pennsylvania matter where it was clearly illegal? It went before.
Well, they did that as a COVID. They did that, but they did a lot of shit in the name of COVID. We don't have an emergency. We don't have an emergency.
Are you saying that was it the Pennsylvania state Congress that just said, no, we're doing this without any vote? Is that what happened?
Yeah, they did. They did that, okay. And it should have been challenged.
I see what you're saying. But wasn't it challenged in court and it was tossed out without even being looked at?
I believe it was. But again, those were times when we were in that a very specific situation, and a lot of shit happened that would not happen normally. And I don't think we can apply it to the coming election at all.
Okay, then outside of the election, though, for example, with Kavanaugh, and you had all of those protesters outside, immediately all of them should be arrested. They're breaking the law, like a federal law, and it didn't happen. And like I said, with all those hearings in Congress, and there's no results, nothing happened. So are you of the mind then, maybe, and maybe I might be starting to lean this way too, that that people are starting to realize that it's more of an elites versus the rest of us thing, where the laws for thee and not for me type of thing, and they're getting sick of it, and that's why, like you were saying, there's going to be even Democrat poll watchers out there, more grassroots, regular, normal people that are saying, no, those people should have been arrested even if they were Democrats. And I agree with that, because law must be upheld. And if that's the case, which would be awesome, then I might have more faith in the system. But the way it currently has seemed for like the last 4-8 years has just been there is absolutely no law. There's just elitists doing whatever the heck they want to the rest of the country.
Well, so I think that there's a real disconnect between what Democrats do and what Republicans do, and the way that we handle things. Generically, Republicans won't call for protesters to be arrested because we are the tolerant party. We're okay with people protesting. Fuck it, that's their right. Democrats are never.
We're not okay with law breaking, but what we say is we will test it in court. Then we will go through the process.
Correct. Right. We will go through the process. Correct.
And that's now that process has failed.
And being a conservative means that is what you do. If you don't do that, then you're not a conservative, right? You can't claim. You can't really claim to be something and then not maintain the standards of the thing that you claim to be. So, but Democrats are different. Democrats are lying, cheating scoundrels. And so by definition, they lie and cheat, and they're scoundrels. So therefore, I can't expect anything of my enemy more than what I know of him. I know that Democrats are going to lie. I know for a fact that they will prosecute me for demonstrating, but I will not prosecute them because because I agree that they have a right to do that. I agree that they have a right to do that, to protest. They have a right to do that. They have a right to do that.
And in that case, then
that's why you don't see that's why you don't see the reciprocal actions taken by conservatives. All the time, people are like, "Well, why don't conservatives do this?" And I'm like, "Because we're conservatives, dummy."
Yeah.
Right there in the name.
However, then that goes to my idea about the elites again, because we have conservative elites who in Congress, I mean, one of the congressmen made more money on stock trades than even Nancy Pelosi because of the rules with insider trading.
I mean, you can't point to any aspect of life where there are not people who choose not to follow the rules.
But and even then, it's a rule they followed because they elected it in, and same thing with them giving themselves raises while the rest of us are all plummeting.
You're right.
It's like, hey, even the Republicans did that, but they're supposed to represent me, and all they did was just take more of my money. So
and that's where as voters we have to vet our politicians better, right? That's why I pay attention in my local races and I pay attention in my state and national races because it all matters. And I actually know what their platforms are for the most part. Now, obviously things change. Most people are just voting for the same name they voted for before. It's ridiculous. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
We cannot expect, when we have less than 10% of voters that actually understand the platform that the politician that you're electing represent, what they stand for, you can't expect anything but what we have now. Okay. This is why Rush Limbaugh was fucking right. Okay.
Rest in peace.
It's the uninformed voter that is the enemy. The politicians aren't the enemy. The politicians are the result of the uninformed voter.
Right. But you did say you can't expect to have the conservative title without following the conservative way.
Correct.
So then why do we have conservative congressmen who are
I would love to vote every one of them out. And if I could vote in every race that they were in, they would be out. However, I can't. So you have to.
I agree.
And you have to go to everyone that you know. And when they bring up a politician that's a piece of shit, you have to say, hey, you know what? That guy's a piece of shit. And here's why. Because he paid himself X amount. He voted himself and everybody else in Congress a raise. And that was wrong. And you should send that senator or that congressman or that representative or that governor, whoever the fuck it is, you should send them a letter and say, hey, I vote. And what you did.
I think the last time I looked this up, there's like only 7 people that had went against the raise or something.
Right.
I need to double check that again. But
right. But I'm saying, but on any issue that you disagree with.
Wonder why, right? It's so like weird.
Yeah.
People,
I mean, in my opinion, every congressman, anyone who serves in public service should make the median amount of income of that county that they represent.
I agree with you.
Otherwise, they're not representing them.
The thing that you just said is a thing that's been echoed across a lot of public forums, even not just people speaking on like internet chat rooms, but the exact thing that you just said of the representatives being paid the median wage of that district.
Yeah. Adjusted for inflation or adjusted for Washington, D.C.
For some like permutation of that.
Right.
Excuse me.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm a simple monkey. I don't even know what that word means. I'm a simple
I just feel like that if you're not willing to write to I write to my congressman, not regularly, but when there's something that comes up that's annoying, I'll write to them. I write to my governor. I write to my local county rep. I write to those people because they care about getting reelected. They don't care about much else. They really don't give a shit what they vote on. Right? Like you have to understand that these are political animals. Emphasis on animal. Okay.
Like me.
That's true.
Right. You show him crayons, he does marine shit. If we want
a grenade at it, or
politicians, if you want politicians to vote the way you want, you have to put your vote, tell them that they're going to lose your vote. And and everyone you know.
And
that's
also in Texas. Funny thing. In Texas, so mutual combat and dueling is still legal. So if a politician it really irks you, you can challenge that politician to legal dueling and/or mutual combat. In Texas.
But
I
it
know
only
the
goes.
US
red crayon.
I know most of them aren't worried about it, but look at oh shit, hang on.
I live in Texas and I know that law, but the agreement has to be that there is no permanent significant bodily harm.
Well, I mean, you know,
so you can
rules
duel.
happen,
It's just
folks,
like
but,
boxing, though. It's not like an actual duel.
Accidents happen. Look, he's got his tactical crayon holder there, guys. That's his
no, that's M27 links. That's belt-fed crayons.
belt-fed crayon.
Yeah, those are ready to go.
Yeah, no, this is like no, dude. I bought a box of like 2 boxes of 5,000 each, so I got about 10,000 M27 link, dude. I bought a fight light, a belt-fed upper. I'm gonna do it on. If I'm not like self-promoting here. Well, I am, but just saying.
Hey, go ahead.
I'm gonna do an unboxing stream. I'm ordering lights just soon, so that on that table back there I can do an unboxing stream. I've got a lot of stuff that I need to unbox. A lot of it's nerd things, some toys, whatever. I have a Fight Light belt fed upper for an AR lower that I bought a year and a half ago when it was on sale for 20% off. I have 10,000 M27 links, and they just happen to almost exactly fit crayons, which is a funny.
Perfect.
556 M27 links just happen to fit standard like Crayola. Oh, look, these are actually Crayola brand crayons. They just kind of fit right in there and they don't fall off. They're kind of loose. Awesome. Little piece of tape. Just
but yeah, John Smith. I mean, the reality is, man.
I digress. My bad.
You're good, man. I thought it was funny as hell. The reality is, John Smith, that we look pearl clutching, hand wringing, kind of bantering amongst ourselves only goes so far. After that, it has to be direct action, and the only direct action that most citizens have is writing, calling, voting. Right? That's it. That's all you can do. So right, I agree with you. I can't tell you how many times I've written to Scott DeJarlis about how absolutely fucking disappointing it is that he has not voted for that he has not brought up term limits again, and we're not voting on term limits as a national vote. Put it on the presidential ticket as a ballot,
yeah.
Right?
That reminds me of the Convention of States. I totally forgot about that. I signed up for notifications and everything. I haven't heard anything in quite a while.
I get something from them every day.
It's still a project ongoing, and as soon as there are enough states that are signed on to actually ratify something, there will be a giant wave of activity. It's a very slow moving process because
term limits is one of those things, right?
Yeah, no, term limits for Congress especially. Yes, that's a giant thing.
And I hear what you're saying, Grid. It's like if Grumpelstiltskin also said that these thoughts about the whole why are you getting raises and stuff has been far and widespread, very common thought, and yet we don't see those results in the people that we're electing. And so, like you're saying, well, then take action by doing this, by contacting your congressman and stuff. And I think I don't think we'll see it in our lifetime, but if we do slowly and surely get there, I fully expect I want our Congress to so represent our localities and their constituents that they get in fistfights like in Britain, where they're just they're like, no, there's no term limits, you dickhead, and then they punch the other guy, and it's like, yeah, that's the guy I want representing me, not some guy who's secretly doing underhanded if he told me about the underhanded deals and he was like, by the way, I'm doing all kinds of shady stuff in order to push forward our agenda, I'd be like, oh sure, yeah, go ahead, you told me about it, cool. But if it's like, oh no, I had to give up this whole energy deal for Texas in order to push forward this anti-abortion bill for Texas, it's like, well, I didn't know that until now. I wish you would have just punched the guy and said, no, this ain't a thing.
Well, I would say that you need to so one of the thing sorry, I got a message. Yeah, that's fine. Stepfire, go ahead. That's fine. I got a message. I'll just respond via voice. So here's the thing about, and by the way, I only allow about 3 or 4 people up at a time because then the conversation goes fucking nuts. And
I don't mind hopping off if someone else has got a
okay.
point.
Well, I want to finish my discussion with you first. So, what I feel like is that we have to. There are things that should be maximum importance to the American voter. Term limits is one. Control of the salary of congressmen is another, and a monitoring of their finances, right? Like they have to be audited every quarter.
Right. They're always bragging about power of the purse. Why don't we do it?
And the third thing that is, I feel like is really key as well, is we have to have bills. We have to have single issue bills. There can be no more of these 300 item bills passed. We just can't do it. We cannot continue that forward. If it can't be printed on one page, well, 3 pages, a title page, the page of the legal document page, and the ending page where it just says who signed it. If it can't be done like that, it doesn't need to be signed into law, period. Ever.
Yeah, I agree.
And so those things are key to me, and I think they should be key to every American voter. And as someone who pays for the last 10 years, since I retired, actually, I've paid more in taxes since I retired than I ever paid when I was gainfully sort of employed. I've paid 6 figures a year in income tax, and I don't like it, especially when I see what my tax dollars are being used for.
Right.
Okay. And I don't like it at all. So if you're, so if I have to do that, why are our congressmen doing better than I am? Because I'm not a politician.
Yes.
I work for my money.
Or beating cheeks. Yeah, 6 figures. Some people, some of us pay a lot of taxes.
A lot.
Do you think I saw this in a Discord recently where they said, it was the whole become ungovernable nonsense, but it was like, hey, if even 50%, if even 50%, if even 20% of Americans quit paying taxes, the IRS can't. What are they going to do? Send you the army that they pay with your taxes that you're not paying, and then send you to a jail that they pay for that with your taxes that's not being paid now? Like they were like trying to do the math to figure out what percentage of people do we need to actually just stop in order to make the whole thing fall apart, to make them say, all right, we need to fix this. And we all discuss this first.
As soon as the public sentiment is there to acknowledge that, hey, there shouldn't be armed agents coming to do maybe like a paperwork fix with people. Yeah. As soon as people realize that, and I don't want to get on a audit the Fed tangent, but I'm like, dude, I've been a leader of people, active duty. I'm ready. Let's. I'm not doing any call to action or nothing, because that would be foolish and stupid.
Well, I'm here in Texas, so we got plenty of rivers, and I'm going to go out right now and just throw a tea bag into the river just to be like, hey.
See my flag. I identify as a Texan, not necessarily an American anymore.
All right, well, I'm going to hop off and let someone else go.
George Washington would be
the next guy up. We have about 10 minutes left. I'll go a little bit longer, but that's that'll be okay.
John Smith, you're based and cool.
Yeah,
to me.
John Smith, thanks for coming up. Hope you watch the show and all of the good stuff.
Am I co-hosting with you right now? Is that
apparently you are?
Oh,
well, you're a guest. You're the guest of the day. I like
that. For today, I'm co-hosting.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll deal with it.
Normally, I have a co-host named Kat Katibi, but she doesn't like to talk politics and cars and other cool stuff. So her eyes just roll back in her head, and she does the girl thing.
That's like a couple of my favorite subjects. Oh,
right. Yeah, that's so it works out that she. I think she was like still making breakfast when I started my show, so it's fine.
So sorry, Kat. I'm not trying to replace you.
She's not even in the chat. She's. I don't even know if she's online right now. She's probably sleeping.
She'll probably watch the VOD or the video or whatever. I mean, just I'm not trying to take your place. We can share. I'm just hanging out today. Maybe once in a while. I don't know.
Right.
We'll see where it goes. You know, maybe a little bit of heavy petting. I'm not sure. You know, we do our thing.
That's right. That's right. Let's see here. This is funny.
Weird, right? Oh, heavy fisted. That's a friend. I'll do a dramatic reading for my friend. Oh, Texans always expecting Tennesseans to save them. Well, that's not fair. Fucking heavy. Just you jerk. Just because David Bowie and like all the guys that the Alamo just happened to come from Tennessee, like the leadership just happened. You keep calling us out on that kind of thing. I mean, por qué, senor? Por qué?
I have to do it again. Close the border down again. We're gonna have to come close that down for you. So I thought we had Ranger and Rogue that wanted to come up. Is he not coming up?
Ranger, did you get? He's probably at work. He is a medical professional.
Gotcha.
If he comes back later, I'll vouch for him.
Yeah, he may have had something come up where I was asked if it was okay to come up, and he says he has issues. That's fine. Well, you know what, guys? It's been a great show today. Really happy everybody came out today and watched the program. I'm glad that we had Grumple Stillskin on the show today. He's I think still a little new to YouTube, but he's going to get it. Thought it was Discord. Streamlabs is having it. I'm not. That's okay. Streamlabs can be funny. You should have just been able to click the link and pop right in, but that's fine. It's all good, brother. I'm really glad. Cheeks, you can pop on and say hello, dude. I don't mind. You're okay. Mostly. Even though you're a degenerate, you're okay. You're okay for a degenerate.
Ranger, click the thing. You did friggin' degenerate. Friggin'
yeah. All you gotta do is my stream.
Okay, I'm gonna call him out right now. Ranger is an army medic. He was either in SF or SF adjacent. He's a personal.
Okay.
Like I know him IRL. He's a personal friend. He is being a ginormous pussy right now. Get on the call, you tremendous bundle of British cigarettes. Bitch.
Nobody said my stream is. I'm looking at my stream on YouTube and it looks pretty good. My color balance is great here, but on YouTube it looks a little weird. I don't know what's up with that. It could be because I'm on the big screen on the TV, and it's who knows.
And I apologize for bringing all these Twitch degenerates into your YouTube chat.
It's cool, man. We need, the more people, the better. So
the Ranger, the red crayons taste the best. Obviously, you know this because I've told you.
Yeah, he had to tell you to eat a crayon. That's okay. So I actually know a few of the fifth group guys still out of Clarksville.
The teams guys.
Mm-hmm. A few of them.
My only interaction with the teams guys was really with 3 in Korea. Just
okay.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah. So I shoot multi-gun at a high level, and a lot of those guys come down to the match every month that I shoot at, and so I know more than my share of the fifth group guys.
If you could offline, and because I want to get back into being competitive with it, just wherever.
Texas is great. I can. Yeah.
IDPA
and his mic sucks. He knows it sucks. His connection's a little slow. Look. Don't give him shit. He's got problems today, but it's okay. He's going to fix it. He's already said he's going to fix it. Nobody give him shit about it. Okay. God.
No, everybody give me all the shit, please. I am the shit absorber. I'm a shit magnet. Also, yeah, Ranger just gave you his bio, like he's a pretty good bio in the chat.
Attach. Okay, combat medic. Okay, cool. Private security.
He's a medic. Like,
I'll wear my Blackwater hat next time.
Wait, was it Blackwater or Z or what's their fucking name these days?
Aren't they Phoenix Group now?
I don't know.
Or some stupid name. There's some
like every fucking week, dude. Like how many lawsuits did changes like every other week? I don't like.
Yeah.
Not literally, figuratively, because I know somebody's going to be a pedantic asshole and call somebody out for saying literally when they meant figuratively. Figuratively, yes, they change every other week.
Yeah, I've known a bunch of Blackwater guys, and they don't give a shit. They're pretty cool guys. So, but just before somebody misconstrues anything, I am not, never was in the military. I went to a military school. I know a bunch of people in the military because that's who I hang out with. And I pick up a lot of their mannerisms. I'm guilty by association. My cousin was a Marine back in 80.
No, fuck. Triple Canopy bought Z. I'm sorry, Grid. Ranger, Triple Canopy bought Z or Blackwater? Are you fucking kidding me? Triple Canopy. People don't know in the Intel, in the PMC, Triple Canopy is like an Intel agency. They have a lot of secret, squirrely, spooky shit. And then Z / Blackwater is like, pew pew door kicker type contractor guys. Them combining, that's amazing. Well, I mean, because the organization
Triple Canopy has their own airplanes or Air Force.
Yeah, the organization will probably be ran better, but B, I don't understand how that merger happened if it was like authorized by anybody. But if it was one of those like, oh hey, we're changing names and reforming, that totally could have been a thing because they lose money every time that happens because the organization stops existing and then.
Academy, that's the one I couldn't think of. Thank you, Academy. That's why I couldn't think of Academy. Okay.
Oh, dude, I totally interrupted your train of thought.
It's all good, man.
I'm a simple monkey, and like I saw a shiny thing, and like I get clap. I know what that means. Clap.
Shiny thing. Oh, shit. It's the shiny thing. It's over there. I got to go get it. I got it.
Very much apologize.
If the government can't do it legally, we'll do it. That's every PMC.
The mostly no Triple Canopy is that I'm not gonna say.
No, it's good. They're monitoring, I'm sure by now. We said their name 3 times.
Oh, I'm on all the lists already. You're probably on even more lists because I'm here. Sorry.
That's all right. I was on all the lists to start with, so it's all good. All right,
guys. At least most of the lists are. What the fuck are you even doing these days as an adult?
Right. How can you say you're a man if you're not on all the lists?
Or most of them, at least. Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm going to terminate the show. I don't have anywhere to send you guys. I don't see anybody live right now. Let me look again really quickly.
I'm live.
I don't see anybody. Well, obviously you're live. I can't send people to Twitch from YouTube. I don't Twitch to YouTube.
Oh wait, I'm live on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and Trovo.
Okay. Well, you can stay live. I'll leave the stream up, and they can hang off that.
I'm not going to be going for very much longer. Do whatever you're going to do. It was a funny.
I got to go over here. Let me see. I got to see if I can find. I don't know if anyone's actually on right now because it's just a weird time of the day to be on. So, but let's see.
If you send them to me, I'll either rant about like trucks with diesel engines, prepper shit.
If you can, if you have your YouTube channel name,
it's live right now. Or play.
Yeah, I will. You can regale them with diesel truck stuff.
And rapeseed, which is a seed that oil is pressed from, like canola oil.
It is.
Rape. I linked it into your chat just because people were apprehensive. Rapeseed is an actual seed. It's seed oil is pressed from it. And it's funny that that word. So it shouldn't get censored because I used it as rapeseed, which is the type of seed that it is. Dude, seriously, don't rape me. I'm bad.
I check your Discord really quick. I just need a link.
For what? Okay, wait, hang on. This on you. I mean, I don't actually know. To the live. Oh wait.
Yeah, yes. Or just a channel name. It's fine. Just type that in.
Okay. Or the
Oh, there you go.
channel.
Got it. Got it. There we go.
Yeah, that's the. It's like the same name across all platforms except Twitch because
You haven't turned on your redirect.
I don't even know what dude. Did it break something? I'm sorry.
No, you have to receive a redirect. You have to go in and set it. I'm just going to go ahead and end the stream, and you post mods. Post here. I'm going to. I'll probably get timed out by my own bot, but there you go.
I'm making things difficult.
That's all right.
And I'm not even.
So there's a link. Mods, spam that out. Everybody go there, and there you go.
Good morrow.
And
Sorry.
I'm going to jump. Oh, we got rated by Jim Bob. Now I got to stay on. All right. I'm going to have to go see what my kid's doing. Can you entertain people for like 5 minutes?
Oh, man. 5 minutes? I think I can handle that.
All right, guys. This is Grumple Stillskin. He's going to entertain you guys for a few minutes. I have to go see what my son's doing. And I'll be back.
So, chat. I need a number in chat, 1, 2, or 3. That's gonna define what I rant about very autistically because I'm probably on the spectrum. Let's be real. Anybody who's in this space is probably A, narcissistic, and B, on the autism spectrum. Probably also ADHD or ADD in some form or fashion, whether or not medicated. Doesn't matter. Probably autism and narcissism. I mean, probably. So I have a couple things that I can just rant about forever. I need a 1, a 2, or a 3. Just like I did for what bases I was going to pull out, although that did happen to be the 3 that I had back there because I have a lot more in the garage inside my house, not in the bunker with me. So we're looking at not my chat. Wait, hang on. Is my chat doing it? No, my chat I have over here. We're looking at Grid's chat still. 1, 2s, or 3s. I'm seeing mostly 1s. Okay, so streamer borked requires hard reset. No, that's a joke, you see. So business idea. I've had it. I'm going to share it right now. Because nobody else is going to do this. I'm the only one who can do this because I'm the only one interested enough to do it. And you can chat about it if you'd like, and or talk about my mustache because it is, a quasi mustache. I got this little patch in the middle that's not quite as sexy as it could be. And I realize that. But we're going to talk about real quick boutique apocalypse vehicles. So you want to have a boutique apocalypse vehicle that is bespoke in nature, made for you, custom, like a suit, like a well-fitted suit that is tailored just for you. Whatever you want in that apocalypse vehicle, think about if you've ever played the game Fallout, right? 50s music, talking about things, full analog, everything. I can do one better than that. So, the Cummins 6BT is possibly the best engine that's ever been made and installed in a vehicle, turbo diesel or otherwise. a few exceptions of things that come close. The only things that it needs, see, we got onto this a little bit earlier, but now I can rant because I have to entertain chat. The only things that require electricity is starting and stopping it. So I've solved all the problems, so it doesn't actually require electricity. But here's the trick: making boutique vehicles that don't require electricity. That's not off the shelf. My choices are Cummins B series and Mercedes OM series, honestly, because if you and then for the vehicles overall, Toyotas. And then, I mean, so Mercedes and Dodge, which is where Chrysler is overall Dodge, Daimler Chrysler, Daimler Benz. Daimler has owned both of them. It's all in the same family. Everything that I work on and plan with is in the same family except for Toyota. But now here we go. Get ready for this one. Gonna wow your brains. Okay, so Mercedes engines in a Japanese truck. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. Totally not World War II adjacent, right? I mean, silly. That would be silly to think that having a Mercedes engine in a Toyota truck. That would be super silly to think that was World War II adjacent. That a country that's great at engineering, just racially somehow, Germans great at engineering, and then Toyota, the company where they're literally teaching entire other industries how to do manufacturing processes where anybody on the manufacturing line can call, hey, halt, I see a problem, and they call it automation with a human touch. Jaikudon, I forget what the name it is in Japanese, but Toyota is teaching it across to other industries. And hey, grid's back, so you don't get quite the full autistic load that you might if you were to get into.
I'm going to make fun of Base Street Racer here in that the Supra is actually just a straight up BMW with different body panels, even though Toyota claims that they sent their engineers over to specially tune the motor. It doesn't matter. It is literally just a BMW.
I don't care personally. However, I know there are a lot of people that would get into fisticuffs with you for saying that.
I know. I don't care. That's the way it is. It's literally a BMW. All of the parts interchange. They have BMW part numbers. It's a BMW.
Grid. I'm pretty sure I didn't take an entire breath the entire gone. I
tried to make it as short as possible. My 14-year-old son is in the house by himself. I'm out in my airplane shed in the studio that I've made.
I'm in my bunker. Twinsies. My wife and the kids are out at the in-laws right now.
My wife's in New York right now at her office. So my son is in the house alone with a lot of knives, a lot of guns, and some other interesting things. And I have to just check him every once in a while.
Oh yeah, you don't want to gravity can be a harsh mistress in that situation. But please be assured, your audience was wowed with a level of autism about a certain subject that they have probably never seen.
What's that? Let me
scary.
There's lag. What do you got? What are the ones?
The numbers in chat was the topic that I was gonna rant on and or ask for interaction. All right. Dude, yeah, no, you ask a favor of me to entertain your chat while you're gone,
and you did a great job
in dividends and exponentially more than whatever you ask for, because I'm gonna engage these mother lovers.
Right.
I didn't even get into my business. I said I was going to explain a business idea that I'm the only one who can possibly even do this with a boutique thing. I didn't even get to that part.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
So they're going to have to follow me, and
they're going to have to watch your show now.
That's stuff now to get the remainder of how this is going to work. No, I was self-promoting. Sorry. That's
Why would you not? So what? All right. So now that I actually only had a 3-hour show plan. Now that we're going to go outside that. Now I got to come up with some new stuff. And mostly the day shift's about politics and that sort of thing. But we were talking about marriage and no fault divorce and that sort of thing over on Glenn's stream, and Glenn has not come back. I don't know why. Maybe we scared him with the politics talk. A lot of people don't like to talk about politics during the day.
It sounded like he was kind of down, but he did leave early. I mean, he was.
Well, he may have had some stuff come up too.
I mean, I'm not judging it. Yeah, it sounded like he kind of wanted to talk about the stuff that you talk about on your channel, which is really close to stuff that I adjacently. I brand myself as like a prepper, black pilled, like the end is nigh. Let's get practical skills learned to the next generation. That's like what I brand myself as. I talk about politics, but that's not what I try and push on my channel. But I do participate in a lot of it. It sounded like that's what kind of he wanted to do also. But yeah, he might have had something to do.
Yeah, he may have just kind of run along. But and that's totally cool. So what maybe it's since we have some people that definitely have never been here before. First of all, the name of my channel is An Unreasonable Man, and that comes from a quote from George Bernard Shaw. He had a 1907 play called Of Men and Supermen. And in that, he postulated that based on hypergamy, women marrying the best men, marrying the best women, having the best kids, by now we would all be supermen. And that there would be two distinct classes, supermen and women, and the lowly masses who were basically the dregs of society that were forced to marry each other because all of the beautiful people married only beautiful people. And he was wrong about that, obviously. But that was his premise for the play. Now, he was a socialist fuck, which I think a lot of playwrights tend to be. I don't hold that against him. But he was obviously weird enough that H.G. Wells unfriended him, and he was a weird dude. Well, that was
interesting. Weird. Wait, what? Something on your?
I don't know. Like all my power went out, I guess. So, or flickered for a minute. So,
your internet device appears to have kept your video is pausing, just not on the stream, but on your call with me. Your video, okay, it's paused like twice, but your audio hasn't been interrupted, so you're probably still good.
Yeah, I think it's probably still good. It's just that it seems like that I had a power fluctuation, which is weird. And now I'm getting a text, which is probably someone telling me that, that the power was bad. Anyway.
Ghost, I've talked to Andrew like once or twice. I don't participate in the whatever podcast. I haven't got it in with them or anything. I've seen it a couple times. They do pretty cool content. It's not like stuff that I'm not a SME on anything. Like the whatever podcast wouldn't be interested in what I have to say because I'm not a SME on whatever they're trying to push, because usually that's like relationship stuff, I think. I'm not sure. And I talk about like how to survive and or communications is generally, and or honestly dealing with people, leadership type, and mentoring the next generation is what I like to push. And that's not really their wheelhouse. We wouldn't be I might have been outside that.
That's okay.
Ranger, he would know. He would let me know if it would be a match at all.
Ranger, if you've seen almost every episode, you're right on track. So I came in about episode 30, and I did not actually care much for it to start with. It was just kind of one of those things I watched every once in a while, and then I kind of got into it, and especially when I figured out that I could TTS and interact almost immediately and just kind of kind of make fun of them. And I do. I make fun of them a lot. So
quickly, Ant Bear Pig, yes, I can skin a buck or a doe, and I mean honestly, I prefer to take headshots on, so I prefer to take does, and the meat is more tender. Usually, it's really weird. And a trot line, I mean, that's just a trot. So for people who don't know what a trot line is, if I may expound for a moment, Grid, is that okay with you if I explain what a trot line is? Okay, so I was asked, do you know how to skin a buck or run a trot line? So yes, I can skin a. I mean, we're assuming we're talking whitetail, not a mule deer or an axis deer. A whitetail deer that I would normally take. I prefer to take does because you can do headshots and not worry about it. If I'm going to take a buck, I have to worry about, oh, does that rack look good and all that stuff. But the does are way better if you're just trying to put meat in the freezer. Running a trot line. Okay, so you have cordage somewhere going across from one end, usually a bank to another bank. You have weights going down, and then the line going all the way across, usually some floaties that kind of keep it up. So you know, like you have point A and point B with floaties. You got a line going in between them and lines going down into right near the bottom. If you're running a trot line, in my experience, you're trying to get catfish, which I fully endorse. Maybe crappie, depending on how into the inlet that you're going. Crappie, you're mostly going to be better off using a single line, maybe on a canoe or off the dock, whatever you got. If you make a habitat for them out of tires or whatever, you're going to be better off. But if you've got a trot line, it's floaties and then some weights. It's really simple to make, and then you run this line going across the top of the water, and then a bunch of lines going down off of that line into the water, weighted usually, and weighted and baited, kind of like some people's wedding nights. I'm not going to get into that. Not mine, just some stories that I've heard. Whoa, really weird topic there. So you got lines going down. So you've got bait that kind of floats kind of a little bit. You got the weights going down, and then you might have catfish on this line. You want to go and like pull up the line and maybe use a paddle boat. That's really the best thing to do because you don't have to worry about oars or anything. A paddle boat is generally the best thing you're going to have to check the trot line if you're not like just swimming. You pull it up, see like just a little bit of shake, see if you got a fish. If not, you see if you use like, every few days, see if you still got bait on them. But you leave it alone and you'll catch fish. And your chat has gone past so much that I don't know if that person has responded.
That's what happens.
That's what a trot line is, and that's how you operate it. And yes, I can like, you want to get really sharp knives when you're caping out a deer. You want to have a sharpener on hand, a few knives, a sharpener on hand. If you've got more than one person to help you cape it out, just to peel, as our friends at Top Gear would say, just peel it. You want to peel it as quickly as possible to get to the goods. And you don't. There are people who will. I've seen videos on YouTube in the last, I think it was 10 years ago, maybe not, of people who can field dress a deer without peeling it, without taking the skin off. Those people are missing out on the tenders, the back straps, which is the best part. And sorry, straight failure.
Yeah. Interesting.
I've not ever. Say again?
Archery? Do you do archery?
I do everything.
Okay.
I don't own any bows currently, except the ones that I'm using to teach my kids. Those are the only bows. I have a few crossbow. I have a collapsible crossbow. So William Tell is a brand. I would not, until I give them feedback and I work with them, I would not recommend the brand. The piece. Okay, so actually, I have it in the next room.
That's okay.
I can show
Too
it,
close.
but I'm not sure. Yeah, that's too close. Like, so it's got the foot loop that you put your foot in usually, where you hold it and you pull the string.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bringing back and you lock it in place on the crossbow. That's what you usually do. That's the thing. It rotates into place that pulls the wings out on the bow. It's a collapsible. It's a folding crossbow. Friggin' super cool. Very video game-ish shit, right? William Tell is a brand. I need to get with them because the very first or second time that I folded into place warped the friggin' foot loop. Like, y'all need stronger metal or needs to be reinforced. Like, I can make this and make mine better, but this is a really cool thing that I want everybody who buys it to not have the same experience that I did. Dude, I'm all about, like, raise all the boats. I try and help wherever I can.
So that's a good discussion. So I have this list of things that every young man must know how to do to be successful in life.
There are books for that, and I endorse all of the kids learning all of these things. Every single.
So I have this list of things, and it's and it starts out with just the simple stuff, right? You need to know how to hunt. You need to know how to fish. You need to know how to paddle a canoe. You need to know how to pilot a power boat, and you need to know how to sail a sailboat. You need to know how to you need to know how to fly a plane. You need to know how to drive a car, and you need to know how to properly drive a tractor. You also need to go ahead.
You need to know how to dress out something that you kill. So that
I lump that in with hunting because it's not hunting unless you go from literally the scouting to the table. That's hunting. Hunting is not just shooting an animal or tracking an animal. Hunting is scouting, understanding where and how that animal lives and how you're going to be able to encounter it effectively.
And then harvesting.
When you can take it, how to harvest that animal.
After you do what's considered the hardest part, then harvesting and using as much as you can. Now, I'm guilty as much as the next white-tailed Texan hunter of leaving all the guts in the field for the animals and the hogs to get. Even though I participate in family sausage making, laugh if you want. We go in every Christmas around times. We go out, like the family, the cotton farmers in West Texas. I get a lot of cotton farm family out of my extended family. We go in the smoke shed at one of the uncle's farms. A literal 4x8 butcher. It's not a butcher block. It's like an antimicrobial whatever surface. That's where we do the work. And generally right around 150, maybe 200 pounds of sausage, and then smoke it in the smoke room that's built into this building. Mm-hmm. Sometimes some cheese, sometimes some bologna, bologna, whatever anybody wants to smoke along with that at the exact temperatures, because we are really strict about the temperatures. And it's roughly, it's venison sausage, venison pork. You want to get your fat content. I don't. You were going to say something. I don't mean to.
It's all right, man. It's all right. You go down rabbit holes with this stuff. I can tell you're used to teaching that as a start to finish skill. So that's awesome. But yes, all of that. A young man needs to know how to do all of it. He needs to know how to cook all 3 meals of the day, right? You have to know how to cook.
Specialization is for insects. I forget who that's a quote from. It's
Robert Heinlein. Robert A. Heinlein.
That's it. And specialization is for insects. Men should know how to do.
This is where I get all of this. I get a lot of this from Heinlein.
Know how to give an order and take an order are the biggest ones, I think.
Yeah, I have the quote. Give me 1 sec. I'll pull it back up again.
Yeah, the entire thing.
Yeah, I'll pull it right. I have it in. I just got to remember which file I have it in, because it's a great quote. He is considered the father of libertarianism, but he was a conservative. He went to libertarianism because he was a degenerate, and his sexual proclivities made him distasteful to the Republican Party.
I'm not going to tell you whether or not I identify with that guy on any particular topic. Or your chat, and I'm live on 4 platforms, and you're still live on YouTube, and I'm definitely not going to say whether or not I identify with a conservative and or libertarian that has maybe whatever going on.
So there's some really good Heinlein quotes, that we attribute to other people, but are Heinlein. Never underestimate the power of human stupidity.
100%. Yes, it's a friggin' force of nature. I love to, like, so Hanlon's razor. So I like, so just because it brings it up, I love to steel man every single thing and come to the argument steel manning every single point that's especially opposite of what I think, and then apply both Hanlon's razor and Occam's razor. Everybody knows Occam's razor. The most simplest answer is probably the most correct. But then also Hanlon's razor, which is lesser known, which is don't attribute to malice what can easily be explained by stupidity or ignorance, depending on whichever quote you read.
Yeah.
And that's very large. I'm sorry. I interrupted you so hard.
That's all right, man. It's all right. So, but Heinlein has a lot of really good quotes. So never underestimate human stupidity. I am free because I know that I alone am morally responsible for everything I do. I am free no matter what rules surround me. If I find them tolerable, I tolerate them. If I find them too obnoxious, I break them. I am free because I know that I alone am morally responsible for everything that I do. That's awesome. See, that's the best quote ever, right? Like that is really awesome.
That's basic. I wish there was more of. I really wish there was more of them. I think I've scraped some of my perspective from him directly.
Yeah, there's another one that I really like. When any government or any church, for that matter, undertakes to say to its subjects that this you may not read, this you must not see, this you are forbidden to know. The end result is tyranny and oppression, no matter how holy the motive. See,
that's just a fact. That's just a stated fact.
That's right. He's also the one that said an armed society is a polite society. Manners are good when one may have to back his.
He was the first one to say an armed society is a polite society. Was he the first one to say that? Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, he's one of my favorite people then.
Yeah. Political tags such as royalist, communist, Democrat, populist, fascist, liberal, conservative, and so forth are never basic criteria. The human race divides politically into those who want people to be controlled and those who have no such desire. So that's pretty interesting. But here's his I'm trying to see. I had his rules.
A lot of politics, especially on particular party side, but it's all parties that are guilty of this. It's just like basically in the United States, there's one party that's a lot more guilty of it. Just casting divisiveness in order to divide and conquer. And that's honestly just straight up a Marx tactic. Like if you've ever read Marx, he like bites off of Engels. I know they were buddies, like they jacked each other off and stuff, but Engels was like had a little bit of smarts to him. Marx was an idiot, straight up. Yeah. He copied and plagiarized and passed off
all over the place.
Also, it was like he didn't even get the base stuff of it because Engels had the like, hey, you know what? Maybe that's. I mean, maybe if in a utopia, like in a perfect world, cool. Why not?
The quote that we were talking about. I'm sorry, I finally got it because I have like a whole list of his quotes. Right. A human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, con a ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bone, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, cook a tasty meal, fight efficiently, die gallantly. Specialization is for insects.
Specialization is for insects. And then that was the specific piece that let you know that that's who I was talking about. That's the entire thing. You got 100% right. I know because you were reading it, but that is exactly true.
Yeah. I'm a big Heinlein fan. I didn't
even know I was a Heinlein fan, but apparently I am.
Right. He's a really interesting character because he was unabashedly right leaning. Like he didn't, and he was in the and most of the early science fiction pioneers really were, and then somehow it got twisted into all the science fiction is left leaning for some reason. But Heinlein was always very right leaning. So,
if I may,
go ahead.
Renegade. I'm not going to pronounce that the way I think it should be pronounced because that's going to get really close to toss. What's a good book besides Starship Troopers? Did Heinlein write Starship Troopers? Like, no,
he did.
Starship Holy Troopers fuck that, man! Would you like to know more? No. Would
you like to know more? Citizenship. Service guarantees citizenship.
Service guarantees citizenship. It's like, this is like the model that he didn't intend. I've later learned that he did not mean that to be the sweetheart piece of creation media, whatever you want to call it, across different forms of media. His book, movie, and like series and video games and everything. I know he did not intend that, and he wrote it as mockery. But
he was so anti-socialist. The entire the bugs.
I get backward.
So the bug army is literally the communist. They're literally the socialist communists that we have to fight and destroy. That's it. That's the bug army. They're communist.
Hang on. So I've never read the book intentionally. I've seen the movie many times.
Yeah.
No, Rico Suave and then Doogie Howser and then the chick, whatever her name is. They're the trifecta of the dream team. So do we think that the attack on Buenos Aires, the bug attack on Buenos Aires, do we think that was a false flag in order to get us into the conflict and actually justify action against the bugs? I mean, more than we were already, to get the people on board. We were going to do it already, but to get the people on board with it. Do we think that's the thing?
So in the book, it is portrayed as it's to lure this humans onto a planet where the bugs can trap them and learn things about them so that they can infiltrate more. It wasn't a false flag by the humans to trick the bugs up. That in the book, it's not that way.
The intel officer were douchebags then because they didn't do proper intel. I'm going to read your super, like the thing that's on screen
go ahead.
if you want. So from Ant Bear Pig, you should do a full breakdown of Starship Troopers. I'd be down for that because I'm dumb.
Yeah, I'd have to read the book again, but I will do it.
I don't know how to read, so I can only watch the movie. But
well, you made a good Marine. So
I mean, I identify with Rico, like pew,
do you want to live forever?
Small unit leadership. Do you want to live forever? Really? Oh man, I almost did it. Like, you tremendous bundle of British cigarettes. I'm still live on Twitch. I got to remember that at all times.
Yeah. You got to be careful, man. You got to be careful. But it's interesting. It's really interesting how many books that are anti-socialist that have been subverted by the media to be portrayed as anti-conservative. If you watch V for Vendetta, all of the people that he kills are people that would be traditionally liberal.
Elites also.
All of the elites, all of the liberal elites, but they package it in the movie as a conservatives. It's a conservative front, and it's very interesting. But it's all
1984. Orwell chose to be a destitute in like Paris, if I recall correctly. He was like as I recall, and maybe I'm off on this, and I'd love anybody to check me, like say, no, Grumple, you're way fucked up on this. That he was like kind of pro-communism when he wrote 1984. And also, I mean, it took me like 7 years to find just 1984 leather-bound edition, and I found it with 1984 with Animal Farm. So that's a double bonus. So I have it now. I collect leather-bound books because I'm a degenerate that thinks electricity is not going to exist at some point unless we rebuild it ourselves. And I'm slowly like talking lower and lower while I say weird points that I'm seeing your reaction, because it's super weird that you haven't said anything yet. And I'm going to still talk about George Orwell being a pauper in Paris.
Yeah. So, but a lot of these guys go through phases of their life where they were socialist or whatnot.
Like Picasso's blue period, right? I mean, there's different phases of when they were doing stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. So actually the Unreasonable Man comes from a socialist who wrote and that quote is that the reasonable man accepts society for what it is. An unreasonable man does not accept the world as it is and forces it to conform to himself. And therefore, all change must come from the unreasonable man. And again, this was a socialist writing this, but this is a very conservative kind of statement, right?
It very much is.
And it's interesting how much, to me, it's always been interesting how far right you have to swing to make these books and movies palatable to, when socialists write these books and movies, how they have to swing far right, even though they got to get their little socialist bit in there. They've got to swing right to make it palatable to anyone. You look at what's going on with Star Wars and the Acolyte right now. The whole franchise is fucked.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, right. But the whole thing is fucked. My kid doesn't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. It's just dumb. It's so terrible. Ashoka was dumb. All of this is
Bob Iger is shitting himself because Apple is in position to buy Disney.
Oh, that would be, yeah. That's just woke on top of woke right there. That's woke on woke violence.
Yeah, so. that's red on red. Do we even care? Let's just watch. I mean, it's like being in a fish tank. It's not even blue on blue, dude. Like it's not anything adjacent to us. Just watch the fucking. Pardon my French.
Woke on woke violence. Why do I care?
They're gonna use all that energy for. Oh man.
The only downside is
the lightsaber have 4 hilts. That's cool. Yeah. No, then argue about that shit too.
Right.
Nobody cares.
You just finished episodes 1 through 6 with your son. I'm very terribly sorry. I wish I could send you something.
Stop there. Just stop there. Say this.
I'm worried about 7 through 9.
No. Stop. Just stop there. Okay. So Solo. The Han Solo, I think that was a fun story.
Yeah, that's a fun story. I saw that one. That was good.
Rogue One, I think there was a little tiny bit of woke in it, but I think that was better than a lot of the mainline things. There was a little bit of woke, like yikes in there. But dude, the mainline, like episode 7 through 9, dude, guy, when I was at work and I got free tickets to one of those beer dinner places, and so a vendor was taking us out to a pre-screening of episode 9. I got there late because the garage could not accommodate the size of my giant truck that I was driving at the time, which is still in the parking lot. I just don't drive that one in town anymore. I sat down and they kept feeding me booze and Korean tacos, Korean short rib tacos or whatever it was. They kept, dude, you can't just keep giving me alcohol. However, it was right after a going away party. So I was a little bit, maybe shouldn't have been driving out to the event at the time. I did it. Blame me. I'm a bad person. I acknowledge that. And I fully know that I'm a bad person. So please don't try and at me about that. I'm the worst person you're ever going to meet. I laughed my ass off. I was late into the movie, probably 15 to 30 minutes into the movie. I couldn't pay attention for shit, and it wasn't because of autism or ADHD or anything. It was because it was dog shit. It was actual dog shit crazy. The things that got me were the changing of the rules. Episode 9, Star Wars. Suddenly, anybody can be an advice ghost, a force advice ghost. I stayed until the lightsaber battle on the sunken thing in the water. That's all I wanted to see was the sword fight, and then I left. But all the people around me had to deal with me laughing hysterically at just the people are paying to see this in a few days. They gave out the vendor. They gave out like these like toy lights. I took a bunch, and they had I won't say what else I did because I might incriminate myself. I'm not sure if these are crimes at this point going forward, but anything else I did at that point. So we're going to say that I didn't do anything else going forward from that with this vendor that gave a pre-screening for this dog shit ass movie of Star Wars episode Skywalker series episode 9. 1 out of 10, not a 5 out of 7. 5 out of 7 is a perfect score. 1 out of 10, it's like a 0.5 out of 10. Advice ghosts are all around. People just died that are back, and things that don't make sense. New mechanics that aren't in the universe suddenly become a thing. Kind of like in the Acolyte, I saw a review where like there's now some kind of metal that can like disrupt friggin' lightsabers. And you just introduce it in the episode where I've not watched any of them, but that's a thing now. There's like some kind of, it's not Beskar that the Mandalorians have, which is like, the super anti, like, yeah, no, we can hunt Jedi because we can fight them because we've got this Beskar. It's this totally new thing. I saw a review on it that was mocking it much more than me and in a much meaner fashion than I am right now. I think he was Australian. Dude, like some dude has a helmet.
Was it Aussie Man?
Yeah, I think it was Aussie Man.
Aussie Man reviews. Oh, I love that guy.
Yeah. And he's like, just the one scene is like, oh, swing the lightsaber. Oh, whoa, bump my head into it. Oh, it blinks out your lightsaber. Oh, now I have the advantage. Like, when did this become canon? And then like the thread, why are all these new mechanics and all this new retconning and like, oh, sorry, you just lost everybody and your entire revenue stream. Nobody is going to mourn your loss, and I wish you the best of luck in your next career path. Goodbye.
It's just all of it's so terrible. Ant Bear Pig, if Elon Musk actually buys Star Wars, that will fucking rock.
Oh no, the elongated muskrat, that's his full name, and Apple's sitting on 150 billion liquid cash last time I checked. They are the only two in position, which elongated muskrat, he might have to shuffle some things because of the whole Twitter thing. But yeah, they are the only two in position. But Disney is ready to get took. And this is a grumple hypothesis. If somebody with a lot of money really was a Star Wars fan and wanted to really get things back on track, that person might put up the cash, force George Lucas to get back in the picture and make Disney
great again.
See, I didn't even get to finish it. I didn't even need to finish it. Somebody else finished it for me. Rid finished it for me. He didn't know where I was going with it, but he finished it for me. That's exactly where I was going.
Yeah.
I paused for just a moment and he did it. How much of a friggin' win is that? That's worth a subscription or whatever it is on YouTube. I don't even know, dude.
Yeah. I like
or whatever it is.
I really like the Mandalorian series. Especially the first set, I really liked it. I was a little concerned because I thought the storyline was going to be pretty woke, right? And I was actually really surprised that it wasn't.
I was on the lookout, and I agree. It was hidden. It's like it's like the side stories. So I mean, Solo had a little bit. The Han Solo one had a bit. The robot, and then the Lando Calrissian sexual situation. Were like, I don't think that's canon. Better ask Billy. Right. Billy Joe. Like I forget. Billy. Not Billy Ray Cyrus. He was also Harvey Dent in the Tim Burton Batman series, by the way. The guy who played Lando Calrissian, the actor, Billy. Fuck, I forgot the actor's name. You remember Lando Calrissian in Star Wars Two. Or
I cannot think of his name.
The actor who played that was also black.
It wasn't Lionel Richie.
No, not Lionel Richie. Somebody's Billy D. Williams. Thank you, Ant Bear Pig. Got it.
Yeah,
Ant Bear Pig. If I could give you points for something, you can get points on my channel. I don't care what it is. You get points for whatever it is. You get free. So I'll give you a sub on my channel. No biggie. Billy D. Williams. That's it. He was Lando Calrissian on Star Wars Episode 5, Empire Strikes Back. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He was also Harvey Dent on the Tim Burton Batman movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you're right.
I just like to bring that up because I think people forget it that Billy D. Williams was friggin' Harvey Dent, like Two-Face.
Yeah.
In the cartoon, maybe he's black. I don't know.
I was concerned because Jon Favreau is not always like. Sometimes he does things that's like pretty like hardcore, non-woke, but other times he goes like way to the woke side. And I thought when I heard he was doing Mandalorian, man, I was like, this could go bad. But he did really good. So
I only saw the first season and most of the first season of the Book of Fett, which I think they have to like. So Mandalorian and then season of Book of Fett and then season of Mandalorian. I only got like maybe halfway through, I think, Book of Fett before I I don't watch TV generally before I kind of got off of that. I would like to see the rest of it if it's on the same quality.
About 2 hours a week, maybe 2 to 3 hours a week, maybe, and some weeks not at all. So
I'm too busy interacting with nerds on the internet to watch TV.
See that, or I'm out on the boat fishing, or I'm playing with my airplanes or something.
Teaching my kids to do something practical.
Right. Yeah, my kid just got back from Canada from the Boy Scouts High Adventure.
Oh, man, you have like more like bigger. Like my tallest one is 7 years old. He just turned 7.
Dude, my 14-year-old is 6 foot, 180 pounds. Like, not even kidding a little bit. That dude, he's a monster. So
I already started packing back beans and rice, not because I'm a prepper, but because I'm expecting the bill to feed these friggin' boys.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly right.
This is going to be expensive. This is going to be bad. Best viewers on blah blah blah. What is that? Oh, sorry, we gotta ban that.
What's that?
Just some bot in my. Never mind. Bot doing bot things.
Bots doing bot things. I've got a bot. I had to basically disable my bot in my chat because the mods got all mad at it. But it's still, if you try and post a link, it'll still time you out. So, yeah, is what it is. But yeah, I
was threatened with being banned in your chat just like while I was on. I think it was in jest, but. I mean, that's fine. If I say something stupid, time me out. So.
Yeah, the mods are.
You have active mods. That's great. That's good.
Yeah, they're very, and I have a lot of them because I'm on I'm on at a bunch of different times. So, because I do this show, the Dayshift. I do it 2 to 3 days a week during the day. And then in the evenings, I do Wednesday night, Wednesday night, Friday night, and Saturday night. I do just a standard show, and that's where I talk about relationships and a bunch of stupid stuff, and that we normally talk about. So it's a lot less political than this show. This is I try and keep this political, financial, that sort of thing. I try and keep people to not do keep people from doing stupid things with their money. I think that's
just the best advice you can possibly give.
What's that?
I think that's the best advice that you can possibly give. I try and push life lessons that I've learned the hard way onto younger adults that are most like young men that I wish that I had had pushed onto me. So I was adopted, and then my adopted dad died when I was 14. So I
wow.
like kind of had to raise myself up, and I was a giant shithead when I was a teenager. The Marine Corps really straightened me out. It's the best thing I ever did, 100%. But I really wish that some of these lessons that I've learned later in life, because I'm approaching middle age now, and some of this stuff took quite a while to really take hold. Some of these lessons, these life lessons that I've learned, that I wish that I had known and really like had, at the center, like this is shit we gotta do, was driven home to me. That's what I try to mentor the younger, the younger men coming up.
Yeah, and that's admirable.
A lot of people don't want to hear it, and it's like, I mean, okay, anybody who wants to hear it, I'm always willing to, hey, here's how I've got to. If you can call what I have success, here's how I got to it. But please don't consider this your goal. Figure out your own path, and just here's how I got here. Take that, modify it, make it your own, and take that path. That's kind of where I try to.
Yeah. Well, I owned a bunch of shops over the years, and I had young men working for me. And by young men, I literally mean from like 30 down to like 20, right? Like,
that's young. That's young.
And I had a bunch of those guys work for me over the years, and I would be, I always tried to be like the best. I tried to not just be like an example just because, but I always tried to be like, I'm not just telling you to do something just to tell you to do it. I'm telling you because there's something that matters, right? Like there's something that in I tell you, like, this is real shit.
It's going to make a big difference later on.
Yeah. And I always tried to do that. But I also paid attention to why I was having to fire those young men. And, I've been, and one of the things is like, I tell people, if you're not married by the time you're like, as a man, if you're not married by the time you're 23, 24, don't get married until you're in your 30s. Work on your life, get your shit together, build, get some money together, live your life, don't have any real attachments, because you need to, if you get past about 22, the women, when you get into that in your age range at 23, 24, 25 are crazy. They're batshit crazy. And most of them do not have very good intentions.
And that's the time when you should be out doing life, like going on the adventure, going and doing something. Your early 20s, mid 20s, that's the perfect time. Go do something. If you want to join military to go like actually do something, that's the time. If you want to go overseas, if you want to be like go Greenpeace or whatever other terrorist organization, if you want to go build bridges, if you want to join Doctors or Soldiers Without Borders, that's the time to get your. I mean, then you also whenever you're done, if you survive, you have stories to tell, and bitches love stories. Yeah.
Hey, welcome, Michigan Christian. I'm glad that you made the show today.
Oh, sorry, that was probably color.
Huh?
That was my last. Bitches love stories is probably off color.
That's all right. He's cool. We're all good here. I'm going to show this. This is my son from a couple of weeks ago at the I believe this was a regional championship. So that's my 14-year-old boy getting it done. I'm proud of that. He's got good technique. He won. Well, his team won, which is important. So, but that dude's huge now. For 14, right?
14 years old.
14. Yeah.
He's the size of a full-grown adult.
I know. That's why I tell him all the time. I'm like, you can't act like a kid anymore. You're the size of an adult. If you throw a fit, People are going to treat you like an
People
adult.
are going to treat you like an adult because you're the size of an adult, and it's internal bias that people just have. It doesn't matter if you are 7, and if you're the size of an adult, people are going to treat you like an adult.
Yeah. Again, he's 6 foot, 182 pounds today. So, that's big.
Also, his right leg was totally straight, knee locked out. Left leg was forward and knee bent. Feet were a little bit closer together than I would have expected for a shotgun competition.
He has problem with foot placement. I nag him about that all the time.
I wasn't trying to do like any coaching or anything offhand.
No. I nag him about it all the time.
It sounded like he's really good at it, and I was just curious about why
he's better at it. He's better at it. He's not the best.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to call anybody out.
No, that's okay. I've actually got to grab this. This is probably insurance related. If you could just talk for a couple.
Oh no, I got you. So chat back. A or B? A is continue. Well, okay, we can talk about stances because this is another topic. Bone structure, bone alignment, everything about how to shoot properly for where you're not necessarily just learning how to shoot properly. Feet placement, all of the things. Because I mean, I was an instructor while I was active duty. I have the skill set to do that. If you want that, A. If you want B, the topic that I was previously doing with engines. C. Let's do something else. A, B, or C in chat. If there's nothing, it's Grumple's choice. And oh man, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna figure out the best deals to get on Amazon for like radios for how to get around the FCC and their regulations? Because part 15 of the FCC is this device may not cause interference that will interfere with any other device and must accept any interference that it receives. That originally was intended to protect airplanes that are flying overhead, but it is not applicable now, but the law has not changed. I have a lot of a lot of people in my space have a lot of really big opinions on a lot of federal organizations. I have one on the FCC. Okay, so multiples of A.
All 3-letter organizations should be banned.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, A. Grid's back. No time for grumple rants right now.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know. I had a thing with one of my cars, and it's at the. I haven't heard anything since they picked it up yesterday, so I was expecting that to be a call from the insurance company, but it was not. So I think it was a. Whatever those anyway, let's see, what do we got here? Facts. Yeah, all the 3-letter agencies should. As the FCC shouldn't even exist anymore. There's no reason for it. We don't have problems with
so here's the thing where they do need to. Here's the pro side. I'm very anti-FCC except for the pro side, where they are the frequency manager for the geographical area that we have in the United States. So allocating and making sure spectrum doesn't overlap, and like, hey, allocating these spectrums, these frequencies are for this thing and these frequencies are for that thing. That is what the FCC is currently doing and should be the entire limitation of their scope. And I mean that period. There's a lot of shit that's under their scope of area of responsibility that really shouldn't be either now or ever in the future. My opinion on that one. Don't at me, FCC, and don't show up, because Boris will not drop that MP5, and good luck dealing with Boris.
Yeah. I just so like I don't think the FAA should exist except for commercial aviation. They have no place in private aviation. All they've done is make things more expensive.
True.
and less safe. So if we get rid of the FAA, things become more safe. And I would like things to be more safe in private aviation. So, you know, I don't like the FAA much at all. Yeah, that's what it's, the FAA banned ultralights because of a news article.
Wait, when was that recent?
No. You can still have an ultralight, but it has to be under given weight. It can only carry one passenger. Ultralights used to be able to be like pretty heavy, and you could carry actual normal humans in ultralights, and you could have two-seaters. But there was an accident that was put in the press a lot, and the NASCC basically said, or not, pardon me, the FAA basically said ultralights are banned except for Part 103, which are, they have to be under like 400 pounds total weight or 500 pounds total weight. They can't have more than, I think, 20 horsepower. It can only be single seaters. It's very bad.
The last that I recall was ultralights, and well, I don't even know. Ultralights didn't have regulation on it, but sport license, which is the bottom most licensing of private pilot's license, you can't have passengers in a sport license.
You can't have one passenger, but you can only with sport you can only fly daytime VFR.
Mm-hmm.
You can only carry one passenger. The airplane can't.
I didn't know currently. Passengers. I thought it was
currently you cannot exceed 140 miles an hour in level flight, something like that. But that's all changing because we have what are they calling it?
Relative to ground. I mean, it's measured in knots and ground speed.
We have Mosaic, which is the new flight, which are the new rules that are going to allow. I mean, we can get into this. Give me one second. I got a bunch of things distracting me right now. All right, never mind. I got that. All right, so Mosaic changes.
I can distract you with 1,000 things. No big.
Yeah. So Mosaic changes the rules for everything but ultralights, and basically, so there used to be a category called light sport, which is what you're talking about, which is you can't carry a sport pilot license. Does allow you to have
a sport pilot license on that, I guess, is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so a sport pilot license allows you to fly basically any aircraft up to a given performance level, but you can only do day VFR. You can have one passenger. You can't charge money. There's a bunch of other things. Yeah,
not charging money is a piece of it.
You cannot charge money. Private, it's basically private pilot light. And really it's just all it really does is keep you from flying any kind of high performance aircraft or even a standard performance aircraft, really. And you can't do any instrument training, right? And that's all Sport Pilot does for you. And it's a lower the biggest thing is Sport Pilot is a lower medical requirement. The skills test is the same.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why they don't care if you have a passenger. The skills test is the same. But with Sport Pilot, you can fly on basic med, which means if you have a driver's license and you've not been flagged before, you can fly as a Sport Pilot. Because all it requires is basic med. Sport Pilot also, but now light sport is a category of aircraft which is supposedly between ultralights and standard category aircraft. They could only weigh like 1,000 pounds. They couldn't go more than 115 miles an hour. They couldn't stall at less than 70 or 60, something like that. It had to be able to stall at or could not stall at less than a pretty low stall speed. So I think it was like 50 miles an hour stall speed. And so like my Sonoray did not qualify because my Sonoray will easily do 140. It qualifies on weight because it's only like 700 pounds, but it doesn't qualify in performance. All right.
No, I'm still listening. I'm still here.
Okay. It doesn't qualify in performance because it can go 140 or more in a straight level flight, and a V&E is 190. And it stalls at, I think, 70 miles an hour or 60 miles an hour, which was like 10 higher than the minimum. And
is it going straight up or just when it's at that speed?
Yeah, just if the stall speed has to be, I think 50 miles an hour. So whatever, however we put it in a stall, you can't fly. If you put it in slow flight and you back down to 70 miles an hour and it stalls, and that's too high a stall speed, it wouldn't fit in the sport light or light sport category. And the reason they've just changed the whole ball game. It goes into effect, I think, in August or September. They changed it mostly to allow a bunch of European aircraft to come in. A glider is considered a glider, BSR. Glider is a glider. So at the end of the day, the light sport rules are changing. It's changing, it changes how the aircraft are serviced. It changes how what you as a pilot operator can do to it. And it's a lot of different things. So, but mostly it was designed originally to let in a bunch of less expensive European aircraft. And it was designed, they're changing it to Mosaic so that it more closely mirrors the European laws for light sport aircraft. And it allows aircraft that are made in this country that are theoretically light sport aircraft to be sold as light sport aircraft. So, Michigan Christian, glad to have you on, buddy. How are you doing today?
Hey, doing good. Can you hear me okay?
I can indeed. Were you able to listen to any of the first part of the show?
I did. I was listening to it at work.
Yeah? How'd we do?
I gotta say that intro is badass. Hey, Grumple.
You were going to say something, Michigan?
Yeah, that intro.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just saying hi.
Oh, you're good. What's up, Grumple? I was just saying that intro you got great is badass. That's great.
Oh yeah, it's a badass intro.
It rocks.
Yeah.
Now
I need to change it a little bit, but it's it is badass.
I heard you saying that it's going to screw up your monetization. Could you put like a countdown timer on before that, like a Bugs Bunny commercial?
I'm just going to add some more. I'll just add so that in theory the intro reel needs to be about 20 minutes long to get everybody in the chat, get them talking. And I like it because I can come in. I'm sorry.
Really, 20 minutes for like the stream starting?
Yeah. Well, it's not YouTube. Yeah, just so I did so like whatever does 2 hours, right? But they don't do a reel. He just has that thing up so that he goes live and the chat fills up because he's live, right? And then but I think that's too long. People come in, especially for a small channel like mine, they come in, they see nobody's here, then they leave. And then I was talking to the guy who does Andrew's stuff at the Crucible. And we were talking about it, and I said, I got to figure this intro screen out. And he's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, at the time I was doing like right at just under an hour. That's too long. He's like, you need to do 20 minutes. 20 minutes is long enough that people come in, they sit down, as long as it's entertaining, people sit there and watch it. Yeah. Mr. E. Yeah. He did it. He
or
told
you
me
get up, walk around,
that they come in, they get up, they walk around, they go get a soda. They know they're not late, whatever. And then, then it gives me 20 minutes of time to, if the camera's not focused right, or, I've got a cable that's wonky or my mic's not working. It gives me time to figure all that out before I hit play or before I hit enter and put me, go live or put me up on screen anyway.
Yeah.
And so the current one is only like 5 minutes or 3.5 minutes long, whatever it is. So it's really short, but it's really good. But I have noticed that the chat doesn't fill up as quickly, or pardon me, it doesn't fill up to the same numbers. And so I have to start the show kind of slow, because otherwise, people miss out on the first part of the show, and then they don't know what we're talking about or whatever. So, I need to add a little bit to it. I don't know if I'll go a full 20 minutes this time, probably 15. Probably do a 3 or 4 song intro, but I'll play the intro really quick. Let me see if I can find it. It's
hey, before you do that, I got a couple of photos from the rally the other night. If you want me to drop them to you somewhere,
yeah, drop them. You should be able to share if you can. Just put it in like a single screen, and then you can share screen. There's a button down there to share screen, and that'll pop up, and then I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay. Yeah, just go ahead and do your thing then.
Well, go ahead and put them up. You got to put them up first.
I don't even have them up yet. I was gonna say you can play your.
Okay, yeah. All right, I'll do the thing with the thing. So
in the thing,
the thing.
The thing with the thing.
Oh man, you get good luck.
There you go.
Can you
all right.
The thing?
Let me let's see. I gotta scroll. But yeah, it's I do most of this stuff, which I'm by no means I'm not like a professional camera guy or video guy. So here you go. There you go.
Today is the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to refine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were.
That's my car right there, that silver one.
Finally, you will be free to live a life you love living.
I think it's plugged.
Instead of the life
right here.
other people want you to live. Remember, you're the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instincts, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, who's being and how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
That's the intro.
Oh yeah.
He got his guitar out.
Yeah, I was towards the end. I was jamming along with it.
Yeah, that's the intro, man. That's how you get them going. And
it's kind of hot.
Yeah,
might make everybody want to leave and go work out. You know,
it's good.
In this day and age,
like, oh, you know what? I feel like I need a gym.
Yeah, I kind of want to go pump some weights now.
Although the audience you're trying to garner, I mean, maybe, yeah, that might be the best thing.
Yeah, it could be. Anson Knowles, no, there's not going to be any Kamala Bella dancing. First of all, I don't have nearly that need to throw up. But
there's just going to be endless cackling.
Yeah, endless. Let's kill that.
If y'all don't know the source of the cackles, maybe you haven't heard from Kamala Harris's speechwriter. Have y'all heard from Kamala Harris?
That's true. That's true.
I mean, he's 6, so obviously based.
All right, let me know if you got that grid.
Did you?
I did the share.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Hang on. I got it. I heard it, and I was like, what? There it is, right there.
So if you look there in that center window, actually, I probably have to zoom into it. You see that? That's the lovely. That's the lovely
look
logo.
At those guys. Oh, look how cute they are.
Yeah, I think they spelled maggots wrong. I don't know.
They did actually.
Yeah. Let's see if we can.
That's like first grade shit.
Super interesting.
Do you have the audio on this?
Do I have audio on this? It should have your audio on that.
Yeah. So the news came up, and I asked them who they were, and they were about to interview me, and then I just yelled fake news, and you could see they clearly didn't want to interview me anymore.
Aw, that's unfortunate. Wow, she just dropped that mic like it's hot.
Yeah, she did. There's where I sat there in the stadium, right behind.
All right.
Good packed stadium. Look at this guy standing outside protesting.
All by himself.
All by himself.
I wonder how much video editing.
All by myself.
So when I got out of the convention, I asked the cop, I said, "Where's the crazies?" And he said, "So far, we're only aware of one guy that's flipping everybody off when they leave the convention. And that's him. Paul Ryan.
Guy?
Yeah.
That's going to take some heavy video editing to make that worthwhile.
Look at him. He's
he looks so sad with himself.
Is that Destiny's younger brother?
I wouldn't put that on. But I mean, I see the resemblance. Yeah, you're on point there.
Yeah.
It's the droopy eyelids, man. It's a droopy eyelid.
Oh, he didn't like me very much.
I feel attacked.
You feel attacked?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. Nerd.
So yeah, there you go. Figured I'd share those lovely memories there. Got some videos of it, but there's the streams out there with the rally. I don't need to show those.
So Bricky on a rant, obviously an Australian. I got my soul taken by Daniel the other night on verbal combat at Easy's, all because I said he was a fake version of you. That's probably true. There's only one of me, that's for sure. Poor fucker.
It was Vigilante, he's not a very he's trying to be like he went to the police academy. He's trying to be like an actual cop, and he identifies as a communist. The guy Vigilante that was on verbal combat the other night is a communist that's trying to be a cop. Just FYI. What happened that somebody felt weird about? I just hear people that I know doing things in this space, and it's really fun. What did he do, or what happened? I'm interested.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, Bricky.
I didn't. I saw he was on the thumbnail.
Where did Bricky run that? I thought I saw him comment more. Where'd he go?
There's so many things to watch.
Bricky on the rant, buddy. Help me out here, man. What happened?
Did the communist
Daniel
do
Zahn just
communist
paid
thing?
to remove Brick from the VK. Okay. I'm gonna have to shut the stream down soon, guys. I've got work to do on my upcoming stream, but I actually also, since it's not raining, I need to go work on my airplane. So.
Oh, you got an airplane?
I have a bunch of airplanes now, unfortunately.
You said unfortunately. First world problems right there.
Grid, have you met Twisted or Nader Hunter?
No, I don't think so.
He's a prior Marine Harrier pilot. He's retired.
Oh, nice.
He lives in a flying community. He's a current like pilot, and I'll mash you all together at some point. No biggie.
Oh, cool.
You don't know each other. It feels like you'll got a lot of in common talking about your own personal airplanes and shit. Just all that booty shit.
So I didn't catch your whole stream earlier. I just caught parts of it. Did you talk about who's going to be the second person on the ticket?
We did. We talked in depth about that, actually. I had some interesting insights, and so did Grumple Stillskin.
Okay.
Oh, no, don't listen to anything I say. It's mostly memes, and I'm generally wrong about everything.
Now, do you think that money would still go to her if she's VP?
Yes. No. Wait.
No, she has to be the presidential candidate. She has to be She has to be the ticket, as far as I know. I kind of foresee, and we actually kind of got derailed, and we didn't really talk about that. I foresee that money going to her, and then she will drop out for some reason, and then pass it off to somebody else. Yeah.
And I thought maybe if she's VP, she could share with whoever the presidential candidate is. In which case, I would say it would be either like Pete Buttigieg. I did hear you talking about him earlier, and he is a Midwestern guy. He's South Bend, so there is that. But I still think Whitmer's going to end up in this somehow. I don't know how, but maybe maybe she steps out and Whitmer jumps in. I don't think they'll do two women, but maybe.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Booty Juice is a more likely prospect.
Yeah. I don't see how this helps them, though, as opposed to keep them back.
Because in the next 4 years, after they lose, they can literally complain that all of the middle of the road, undecided, independent guys and girls, that they did not vote for a homosexual, and they were ashamed. They just couldn't bring themselves to do it, and they need to get over it. You need to be a better human, and you need to be more tolerant, and you need to vote for Booty Juice, or you should have voted for Booty Juice, and you did the whole country a disservice because you didn't vote for the gay guy.
That's a long way to go for that argument, but you might be right.
Quite a stretch.
They have left.
I don't think it's a stretch at all. I think that they want ideally they want Booty Juice and a female, so that they can say you don't like women, and you don't want a woman to be on the ticket, and you don't want a man to be on the ticket.
Grid, don't get it. Don't get me. Don't get what I say twisted at all. I agree with you. It is a giant stretch, and I think they're willing to make that stretch. To try and put that shit together.
Yeah, that may be.
Well, every time I think of something as a giant stretch, the Democrats
becomes reality.
To them, it's just like normal. It's Tuesday. Yeah. Like for me, that's like a big fucking deal, but to them, it's fucking Tuesday.
It's like they got to spin the wheel of crazy ideas, and they're just like,
right, let's make that shit happen. Why not?
And that guy that was standing out on the street, that reminded me of. It reminded me of, the shooter, because the guy was so passionate. He stood out there for like at least an hour, just holding his fingers up, yelling at people. And I'm like, how triggered do you have to be to stand there by yourself? Like looking like a loser for an hour plus, flipping people off. Like, you got to be really motivated.
I mean, that's actually true.
I think he watches Stephen Colbert and MSNBC and drinks the Kool-Aid, and I think he's in the same kin as the shooter that hit Trump.
Yeah, I just don't know. I think the Democrats are really. I think the Democrat majority, the man on the street, thinks that they have this election in the bag. I think the Democrat leadership knows they don't, and they're at this point they're beyond damage control, and they're all they're thinking about is 28.
Oh, I think the Dem voters here in Michigan think it's over unless they do something different.
Yeah.
That's the same strategery that I've heard from the political strategists on the Democrat side. I think I went over this just super briefly earlier, is that they already gave up on it, and then like whoever is getting nominated is going to be a sacrificial nomination, as in that person is not going to be in politics ever again. And it's, hey,
well, they'll get a cabinet position. They'll get an ambassadorship. They'll get something.
Yeah.
Nominated. They'll be a judge somewhere. So that's a game the Democrats play, and they played it all throughout history. Is where they'll say, "Hey, you take this bullet, you take this hit, and I'm going to set you up as ambassador to fucking Kenya or some shit, somewhere that you can just do whatever the fuck you want. Nobody even cares because nobody ever goes there.
Well,
and you just do whatever." And
speaking of which, Trump's pick for I don't know if you followed what happened here with the state party, but we had elected a woman named Christina Caramo, and she got ousted, and a lot of it had to do with Trump interjecting and picking Pete Hoekstra, who was his ambassador to I think it's the Netherlands, and he was I think a congressman before that. And so he knew the guy, and he's like, "Oh, I support him." And then everybody fucking left this girl and went to Pete Hoekstra, and that was pretty much the end of that. I mean, it went through a bunch of legal processes, and that's how it is. I mean, that's people get fucking all kinds of positions just for being liked or being known or being connected.
I got to be honest, I like JD Vance more and more. So it's interesting because I was kind of lukewarm, and then I read a little bit about him, and the more I read about him, the more I was like, okay, he seems okay,
I have
but in the but wait, there's more category. He called Kamala Harris a crazy cat lady. And that's fucking baller.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, it is.
Like, is that a cancelable offense?
I think he called her, and maybe somebody else, maybe Taylor Swift. Maybe I don't think he probably didn't call Taylor Swift a childless cat lady, but
that'd be valid though.
100% said Kamala Harris is a childless crazy cat lady. Respect, my human. Respect. That is baller on like the scale of baller. I salute you.
It just occurred to me too. There is something to be said about that, because what if and this has always been an area of weakness for Republicans, is younger voters. What if younger voters start seeing his humor and they're like, this guy's pretty cool?
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I think the fact that he's so young is part of what brought him on in the first place.
Yeah.
Is that he is in theory more in touch, and he has young kids. So he is in theory more in touch. You know what I'm saying? His kids aren't like, and they're not presidential kids that have, like Trump's kids have been in fucking public or private schools their whole lives. So, And I think it hits home so hard with the Democrats that they've endorsed this, that they can't let it go, bro. And I love it. I think it's fucking awesome. Guys, I have gone an hour and a half longer than I normally go, and I know that Grumple Stillskin said that he needed to get he was going to go do something else as well. Michigan Christian, glad that you jumped on. I'm glad you were able to get on the show today. And hopefully we can get you on during the day another time or in the evening. That's awesome too. I will be back at 8:05 Central Time because that's when I do my Wednesday night show. Tonight, it will be a chill stream, open panel, nothing serious. I will be a lot like this, only it'll be dark outside. Well, not here. It won't be dark. Somewhere it will be dark. I was going to send you guys to Jess, the Australian girl Jess's stream, which was supposed to go live at 4:15. However, she has not gone live. So while it will send you over there, you will be in the waiting room, and I don't have any way of changing that. With all respect to everyone who's been by today, if you're stopping in for the first time, please like and subscribe on the way out. I do multiple shows a week, and we basically talk politics and all kinds of pretty much whatever I fucking want to, and I use harsh language or coarse language or whatever. It's fun. We have a good time, and I'm not Josie. I've already hung in for an extra hour and a half. I'm not hanging in. I'm done. I've got to go eat. I'm starving. Jess is not alive yet, so I apologize to all of the people who are going to go over there. But yes, later again. I was going to end an hour and a half ago, and then I got raided, so that was it. So I do need a steak. Actually, that fucking Anson Knowles, he knows what's up. I am going to go eat a steak right now. That's not even a fucking joke. I am fucking starving. So we'll catch you guys later. Really enjoyed the stream today, guys. It was awesome. Hope to do it again sometime. Grumple Stillskin, you're a great guest. I appreciate having you on, and so are you, Michigan.
Thanks for having me on.
Yep. All right. Now get off my lawn. Go away.